Hey YouTube, what's going on? B-Rex here, and today I want to start it off a little differently. I wanted to start it off by kind of explaining a couple things to everyone. Now, I'm probably going to do this for the next couple sessions until we all finally get to the point where we're probably going to be episode 5. We are all somewhat new or more experienced to Dungeons and Dragons. I know Sam, out of all of us, has had the most experience, and I think I come close second. The other two players have had experience, but are still figuring things out very well. Nova being third place, and Leon being dead last when it comes to experience. I say this because I want to point out the fact that I wish for everyone to be respected here. None of us truly know what we're doing. We're just here to have fun. We play through Discord because we all live so far away from one another now. And it's our way of being able to hang out and do the things we've loved doing in person for so many years. Last session went very well, and I enjoyed every moment that I had with everyone here in this group. So first of all, I'd like to say thank you all. My party, consisting of Nova, the sorcerer, named Elizabeth, Sam, our dungeon master, Leon, who plays the barbarian, named Sinclair. We've had some really good moments last session, and it's going to be hard to top, but I already know that this is going to be a good session as well. On top of that, I wanted to thank somebody who I've showed the unlisted version of episode 1 before it became public. His name is Pete. He is an officer at my school that I do maintenance at. I want to shout him out because he really encourages me to continue doing the voice acting that I tried to do. Whenever I showed him the clips, whenever I showed him the footage, he genuinely was excited. And this is something he's never been interested in. He's never seen or played D&D, he just knows of its existence. So the fact that we get to do this podcast and introduce people to the whole world of Dungeons and Dragons, even without them having to be interested in rolling the dice itself, is a cool experience. So I wanted to start off by thanking everyone who joined us for the 2 teasers that were posted, the episode 1, and now soon to be episode 2. Tonight I will be joined by the great dungeon master, Sam, by our sorcerer, Nova, and by our barbarian, Leon. It's going to be fun, and I want to reiterate, most of the things we do may not be 100% right to the rulebook. But the things we do are to make the game more fun, more interesting, and especially more enjoyable for those who watch at home. So without a further ado, let's begin.
So, I'm going to do a little bit of a recap before we begin. Last session, you all had your final words with the Oak Mother of the Arenthal Grove, who gave you all a few new items, some things to help you along your way. You all met Thera, the adoptive wood elf daughter of the Oak Mother, who bemoaned the fact that you all were the ones to be going out and not herself. Rurik told the story of how he lost his family 12 years earlier to the Oak Mother as well as the other two. And you all made your way out. About halfway to the cave, 2 of you rolled incredibly well on perception checks and spotted Thera again, following alongside you in the trees. And after a couple of minutes of talking to her, she was able to convince you all to let her accompany you to the cave on the caveat that she would turn around and go back. She lied. Eventually, you found this cave, and you all recognized that there was some magical aura around this place that was sickeningly familiar to the magic that you all felt in the city around the sigil when the smoke was created. From within the cave emerged 3 wolves who you all fought. Excuse me, hiccups. But 3 wolves emerged who you all killed. Rurik noticed that one of them didn't have normal blood like the other 2. Instead, this one had thick, viscous black blood and a sigil carved into its skull. Before you were able to really register any of this, Rurik noticed that Thera had traveled about 40 feet into the cave. A little behind the scenes for Nova and Leon, Rurik shouldn't have been able to see her. I went back and looked at her character sheet, and she has an ability that makes her invisible to creatures who would rely on dark vision to see her, which is what Rurik used to see her. So he shouldn't have seen her. But we'll go back and change that now. But you all followed her into the cave and discovered that there was an illusory wall at the back when Nova decided to poke it without any thought for repercussion. You all poked your heads into the wall and found a massive cavern on the other side with rough-hewn stairs leading down one side of the cavern down to a encampment at the bottom with a massive statue at the center. You all traveled down and hid behind one of the tents that made up this encampment and noticed that the statue in the center held the visage of a demon lord called Uraktha, who was kind of Merkin's counterpart. Whereas Merkin was the god of courageous battle, Uraktha was the demon of unnecessary violence. In front of the statue stood a drow woman who was casting some kind of spell. The group of them decided to cook up a plan where Rurik and Sinclair would approach 2 of the men that were inside of this encampment and attack them to distract the drow, while Lisbeth and Thera went around the other side and stealthed up to attempt to capture the drow. However, the drow rolled incredibly well on their second perception check to see them, and you all got hit with a 7th level hold person spell, holding you all in place as the drow went on a speech, talking about some enigmatic him who knew of all of your arrival, knew that you all were important in some way, shape, or form. She made a few references to each of you, calling Lisbeth the child with multitudes within herself that she doesn't understand. Rurik, the soldier of a god long forgotten, believing he could continue to exist without conflict. Thera, the so-called daughter of the trees, who was a leech upon everything she held dear, and claimed that Sinclair held his mark and would bear his power, much as the drow herself did. She grabbed his arm and did something to him, imbuing his arm with some unknowable power, and then disappeared. The spell fizzled, and all of the men in the area started attacking. Before the drow had left, she had said that she had cast a spell on the statue in the center that would create the same smoke that spread throughout the city that they had left. They had 1 minute to cancel it out. They fought, and Rurik rushed towards the statue in the center, getting knocked over once and hit a few times, but eventually pressed the amulet of Merkin that he had retrieved from the Oak Mother into the statue's base, canceling out the spell and causing all of the men that had been fighting them to drop dead. And that is where we are now. You all are still there, in the cavern, now partially lit by the sunlight streaking through the newly formed hole in the ceiling far above. You all look around. The spell that could have spelled damnation for this forest is gone, The statue of Arakhtha cracked and seared, and the men that had been attacking you all mere moments ago are crumpled on the ground, dead. The torches that had been surrounding this entire encampment that was burning with a sickly purple fire is now burning with a healthy orange glow. Lisbeth, what would you like to do? You see that Thera is mostly unharmed. Sinclair is a little beat up, but fine. But Rurik is half crumpled in front of this statue, still holding the amulet of Merkin.
Did I unmute? Yes, I did. Sorry, just had cough. Seeing that Thera is largely unharmed, barely standing, magic still surrounding Lisbeth, she tries to walk towards Rurik without even thinking, stumbling and having to rely on her quarterstaff to stay up. Her already sporadic and open magic triggering the staff's innate effect, trying to misty step, just trying desperately to get close to Rurik.
As you use the staff's magic, the misty spells triggering, you take a step and disappear from reality for an instant in a puff of mist, and you enter something. For a moment, a place of black and orange, but not black like the magic of the smoke, but more like a dark room, and the orange like that of a warm fire. But before you can really focus on anything there, you appear back into this reality with another puff of mist right next to Rurik.
Concerned, but focused purely on making sure he's okay, he reaches out and grabs his arm.
Rurik will sit. He is on his knees. He is still pressed against the sigil with the medallion, and he is violently shaking, and he is sporadically breathing, almost as a panic breathing, and he just as he just everything's flooding in his mind, and just he's sitting there shaking in pain and a panic as he feels an arm, a hand grab onto his arm, and he begins to tense up a little bit, fearing that he's about to get attacked once again, as he looks up and sees Lisbeth.
Are you okay? She says, clearly out of breath and in pain.
I don't know how to answer that. I pull out a bottle of healing and hand it to Lisbeth, very shakingly still. Drink.
She hesitates but does take it and drinking it.
That would be 2d4 plus 2 hit points back.
Should I roll or should Chris?
You roll it.
Alright. 6.
Alright, you get 6 health back.
Rurik begins to force himself off the ground, still as he feels himself trying to calm down. He clenches his chest, breathing heavily, and he closes his eye and squeezes the symbol of Merkin and inhales one big breath and lets out a long, long sigh. We did it. I can't believe we did it. And he begins to jump around, and this excited enjoyment, like happy dwarf begins to jump around, half forgetting the gashes, half forgetting the pains, and just looks up to where the beam of light came down from. I saved them. My family. I did it. And you see as tears stream down his face as he turns around and he begins to laugh and extend his arms. We did it! And he screams so loud, so excited, and he hugs Lisbeth tightly.
Sinclair, you, at the end of, this combat, you are standing there with 4 dead cultists at your feet that had just been surrounding you. And you look over and you see Sinclair and Lisbeth having this moment, and Thera a couple feet behind Lisbeth. Roll me a perception check.
That ain't me.
There's 2 Sinclairs now.
What? Oh, you know what I
Roll perception.
Look,
that ain't me. You just struck fear in Leon's poor heart.
I haven't had a monster today. Leave me alone.
Valid.
I got a 13 plus 2, so it's a 15.
As you glance around, you notice something behind you. A small folded piece of paper with one of the corners bent.
Hold on. Sinclair looks at it, and then he picks it up and opens it to see what it says inside.
Inside, you see black ink written in a flowery handwriting that reads, "So you pulled it off. I didn't doubt it for a second. Much as I would have loved to see the forest change under his will, this is an incredibly good sign. And besides, there's many more wondrous changes to be made elsewhere. We will see each other again. So he tells me." And signed at the bottom in a big cursive is simply just the letter V.
Sinclair raises an eyebrow and folds it back and holds it in his hand and turns back around to face the group. And he says, well, I assume Rurik is still jumping in his assignment. Rurik, have a look at this.
Rurik's emotions will dart over from this excitedness to realizing all the corpse around. And he'll pause. Can I ask, is Sinclair still with his claws? Or would you say that his rage ended?
I would have assumed that the rage would have ended pretty much right when combat ended, or very soon after. It only lasts a minute.
Alright, so yeah. So he'll look over and he'll stare at Sinclair for a moment, remembering what he's seen before everything went down. Remember how Sinclair suddenly had a claw. And he'll pause, almost untrusting Sinclair. But he shakes it off. And he walks towards Sinclair and extends his hand out to receive whatever Sinclair offers him to see.
Sinclair pulls out a letter and says, I found this folded up at the table behind me while I was standing over there with all those corpses around me. It's all flowery. but there's a name in here that just it. I don't know. I don't recognize. Maybe you might recognize it.
Rurik will unfold the note. He'll read exactly what the note says, and he'll see that the singular initial of V is written on there. And Rurik will pause and read the note again and again and again. This is very interesting. I don't know what to make of it, but I feel our victory is short-lived. And Rurik will look around. And he'll point at the statue. That statue of Irakta. The fact that I know they don't worship that devil makes me wonder if that's only here for me. I look around and I see all of you, and I seen how helpless I was to stop that drow. And her words stuck deep like a dagger into my heart. And he'll begin to look around and look at Sinclair. You with a great power, hidden, unlocked by the drow. They know more than they're leading on. It's almost like they know our every move. This is no longer a secret operation, a way to crawl under their noses and take them down. He, whoever he is, and Rurik's referring to the one that V speaks about. This V pledges a faith so strong to him, almost like a right hand. If they know every move, they know every speech, every plan, and worst of all, every fear that we all have. Elizabeth, we have to make a deal with all of us. A deal within our group. That from this point forward, we will put all of our trust in one another, in our capabilities, but also to listen to one another. And he looks over to Sinclair. That ability that was given to you could be very dangerous. We need honesty from all of us. I feel time is more of the essence than it ever was. We have to put faith in one another. I will no longer push you all away. We are a team. A broken team. But a team that this group fears. That's why they are watching us so closely. And that's why we must stay a team. And Rurik will look over, quickly remembering that Thera is in the room. And try to quickly make sure that Thera is okay. And then I'll pass that on to... What, it goes back to Lisbeth now?
Yeah. Lisbeth is fine. She took 7 points of damage.
You mean Thera, but yeah, I got you.
I said Thera.
You said
He's
Lisbeth.
Elizabeth.
It's okay, I wasn't trying to correct you, I was just making sure that everyone knew.
No, okay. I said Lisbeth and to Lisbeth. The rest of it was in reference to Thera.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thinking for a moment, I suppose if we should be honest, then I just saw something.
Continue on, young one.
When I got over here, I guess by the staff, I don't know how to explain. It was dark, but also kind of not. It was hard to explain. I was somewhere else.
It might just be a realm that you stepped through. It happens with certain spells. It might be worth learning about or looking into. But for now, at least we know about it.
She just nods.
I will say Rurik would probably look back at wow, I almost forgot Sinclair's name. And and he would ask, I saw something that was hard to describe and decipher. Your hands changed into beast-like claws. How?
Sinclair puts his head down and lifts it back up after a few seconds and says, "That's I've been trying to figure out as long as I can remember. Normally, I thought it was just some kind of thing that would go away. But now I'm thinking it could be something else. Something that I did not know of.
I feel
Honest?
if you had that for longer than the purple on your arm, that it's probably something not to fear, but something to work towards aid.
I agree. However, in my opinion, that is not of concern right now. I'm worried that more of these statues are scattered across the region, and I worry that this entire thing is much more bigger than we think.
It very much is, Sinclair. And he'll hold out his hand to Sinclair in a handshake way, showing trust. And that's one of the biggest things Rurik wants to build right now within each other, is trust.
Sinclair nods his head and puts his hand into Ruik's hand, shaking it with a small smile.
Rurik will then turn around and begin to walk towards Thera. But as he is walking away from Sinclair, Rurik does chuckle and say out loud, "You know, you held back on me during our fight." And he'll continue to walk towards Thera.
My Discord bugged up for a second. What did I miss?
Rurik shook Sinclair's hand in a way to show trust, then began to walk towards Thera, but as he walks towards Thera, he jokes with Sinclair about the fact that he feels that this human had held back on him during their very gruesome fight towards the start of the campaign.
Yeah, because Sinclair didn't rage for that, did he?
No, he didn't.
No.
This again was the first time Rurik has seen the beast side of this human.
So you said you're walking towards Thera?
Yeah, Rurik will want to go check on Thera.
I'm definitely following him as well.
Thera is pulling her arrows from the bodies that she'd shot, and she looks shaken, but not really injured. Lisbeth was able to keep most of them away from her. The most damage she took was from a Told a Dead spell from one of the cultists, and she looks up and goes, "So we did it, and my mother might be able to leave that circle."
She might. Rurik will extend his arms in a comforting, come get a hug, you need it way, because, she's she's still young, being a teenager still, but she's very clearly shaken up.
She kind of watches you for a minute, and, debating internally, but does kind of go for a half hug before going, "Does that mean we return to the Grove now?"
Aye, it does mean that. But before we go, I want to let you know that you need to be prepared. You know that your mother is going to tear into you.
She chuckles and goes, I know, but I felt I had to do this."
Sorry.
You see that like all of the bravado she'd had when y'all first found her out in the woods is like gone.
I feel like if it wasn't for you, and he looks over at Lisbeth, who I'm sure is right next to him, in a way where he can kind of see them both in a way.
Absolutely.
And you, that this could have went very differently. I am very proud of the both of you. I will defend your name in front of your mother, Thera. And Elizabeth, I'll try to stop being so hard on you. But one thing that needs to be done, something that is sticking with me. And he'll turn to Sinclair. I need you to pile up these bodies, all in one stack. We claimed we would bring them hellfire. Well, gods be damned. That's what we shall do right now.
Elizabeth is definitely smiling, but leaning heavily on her staff still.
So y'all start, piling up the bodies in a pyre?
Yeah, we're gonna pile them up, kind of like, how would you explain this? Kind of like how you would do a bonfire. Just throw them in a pile, and Rurik is gonna have Lisbeth light the pile on fire.
All right. I'll say that like one of you probably has like some oil or something like that on you.
Or we could find it in one of the.
Yeah, you find it in one of the backpacks in the encampment, poured on the bodies, and Lisbeth uses like firebolt or something, and
I just ignite it touching it.
They burn for a little while, before Thera kind of tugs on Rurik and is like, we should probably go now.
I agree. Everyone, follow Thera.
She kind of blinks in surprise, like half expecting to say to follow you, but nods and leads you all back up the steps out of the cave and back in the direction of the grove.
Elizabeth is definitely staying real close to Thera.
By now it's about midday, because y'all left the grove pretty early in the morning, and ultimately weren't in this cave for super long, before finally arriving to the edge of the grove. And before the rest of you can register that you're even like there, Thera bolts, running to one of the trees in particular, and as you all watch where she goes, you see the Oak Mother standing beside one of the trees just outside of the clearing. She still looks old and bedraggled, but she's standing. She's outside of the grove and still holds herself with that sort of unearthly elven presence, as she hugs Thera and kind of does that like motherly check over thing, moving her head around and patting her down, making sure she's not too hurt. And she makes a couple of like noises as she notices like small gashes and whatnot, or the hollowness of her eyes from the spell that had hit her. But once she's fully, aware that Thera is for the most part okay, just kind of shaken up, she pulls her into her hug and goes, "You shouldn't be doing those things, Thera. You had me worried." And then she looks up as the rest of you approach and goes, "So you all did it. That's good to hear. Good to feel. Oh, I've missed being outside of that tree, much as I love that tree. Oh, it is claustrophobic sometimes."
Rurik will kind of give a look to the Oak Mother in a way to say, we kind of have to talk. Things aren't as all good as they appear as of right now.
And the Oak Mother just kind of nods and goes, let's all head back to the tree. We can talk there. You all pass through the grove, and all around you throughout it, people are milling about. There's an air of celebration through the clearing as people wander about, free from the fear of whatever had been taking the life of their forest away. And as people see the Oak Mother passing through, free from the constraints of her circle, they smile and wave. But they all seem aware that things aren't over, that things like the Protectorate still loom in the distance. And eventually you all re-enter the tree in the center of the clearing, and the Oak Mother sits in a normal chair outside of the circle and gestures for you all to take chairs yourselves, and goes, "So, what happened out there?"
A lot happened. And Rurik will start from before the adventure to the Druid Grove. Where
So pretty much he'll explain everything that's happened up to this point.
mainly at the house and what Rurik had found at that house. The sigil and the 2 circlets, which he now hands to the Oak Mother to see if she might be able to decipher what these circlets were for.
You already know what the circlets were.
You told me that they were for gods, but one of them was scribbled out, and I didn't know which gods. I was hoping to get more information about the circlets.
You want to know what gods they were.
Exactly.
Well, the Oak Mother just rolled a natural fucking 20 on a religion check.
Holy shit! I don't figure it out!
So the Oak Mother looks at the circlets, and the first one, the one that you found in the little pantry that y'all first entered that house through, that wasn't scribbled out, she looks at it for a moment and goes, this symbol looks like Arathis. And Rurik, that name actually does jog your memory a little bit. Arathis is a god of knowledge, largely worshipped by high elves. But they're a god of knowledge, though they tend to kind of stay out of mortal business. But a lot of wizards worship them as they, to give them the ability to learn their magic and whatnot. And she looks at the other one, the one that was scribbled on, and she goes, this one's harder. And because of these scratches into it, it could be one of a couple of gods. It could also be Arathis, but it could also be Puldron, a god of defenses and infrastructure. But I'm not sure which. But that is pretty much everything she can tell you about those circlets.
On the way to the cave, your daughter found us. I tried to convince her to go back, but she had a strong argument. She did know the woods better than we did. There was a chance that we could have taken a wrong turn somehow. To be careful, I made her promise to return to you after dropping us off. As you know, teens are very rebellious. It led us down to a cave. And 3 wolves came out. 2 of which being very normal. But the one I slayed, its blood was darker. And a sigil very similar to the one I found in that house laid on that wolf. Further inspections, I realized your daughter disappeared on me. I ran into the cave knowing that's where she had went. And it led to a wall. And one very childish sorcerer pushed her hand against that wall. If it wasn't for your daughter and mine, we would have never found that. I gave them both a very stern talking to, which I do apologize, Oak Mother. But I felt it would aid in knowing how serious the situation was. Because when I peered my head behind that false wall, there sat a structure. One that resembled Uraktha, the devil of unfair wars. My god, Merkin's counterpart. In that room sat 10 of those smiling men that I spoke to you about. They seem like zombies of some sort, unable to control their actions without something telling them to. And there sat a drow woman. All we know about her at this moment, is that she left an initial, V. We had a plan to take this drow hostage, learn information, and to stop the purple smoke. But her power far succeeded any of us. In an instant, we all were frozen in place. And Rurik will tell everything.
Tell her the speech and whatnot.
Yeah, Rurik would tell her the speech and explain how she touched Sinclair's arm and supposedly unlocked a power, which she had said out loud. And then explain the battle. Explain how Rurik rushed to the statue knowing that if he doesn't get there in time, his family may die a second time. How Lisbeth came close to death, protecting Thera. And if it wasn't for Thera, that Rurik feels that Lisbeth would be dead. Sinclair battled so many, while Rurik took a beating after beating and then slipped and then kept getting beat on as he made his way to that statue and stopped the smoke. And then he hands the Oak Mother the letter that he took from Sinclair.
The Oak Mother is silent throughout all of this, and silent as she looks down to read the note that was left behind by V, and goes, I don't know any of this. This is all new to me, just as new as it is to you. But clearly something larger is at work here. But we don't have the tools at our disposal to deal with it. We don't have the manpower, we don't have the magic, we don't have enough. So, for now, we need to focus on what we can do. And she thinks for a moment and goes, when it comes to this city the Protectorate is built, there isn't much I can offer. But I can offer this. We can try and help get people out of there. Get them out of the city and bring them here. I can spare some of my rangers and some of my younger druids to go with you back to the city to try and find a way to pierce their walls and get them here. But as it stands, I don't know what I can do about this smoke. But this Sakana that you work with seems a resourceful sort. So perhaps if me and him can put our heads together, we can figure something out together. But for the moment, that is all I can offer you.
Oak Mother, there is one last matter I wish to bring up. I believe, as you said, it is in our best interest to combine forces. And it's because this group is far more dangerous than the Protectorate will ever be. They know our every move. Every move. I fear they know our weaknesses. I fear they knew taking this tree and my god's counterpart would have been the fall of Rurik Frostbeard. We're fighting a losing battle on all ends, and it just got worse. So I will be the first to rally your troops into penetrating the impenetrable. I will smash that wall to bits to aid this newly found battle. I will personally see it through.
She nods and goes, "My predecessor told me you were a valiant sort. I didn't not believe her, but it's something else to see it in person. But for now, all of you should rest, and in the morning, there will be a group waiting for you to travel back to the city." And they offer to let you all stay in the same rooms you'd stayed the last time you were here. But as you all sort of mill around and make your way to your rooms, Lisbeth,
Yes.
Thera pulls you aside, kind of by the stairway leading higher up into the tree, and goes, You almost died protecting me."
I suppose I did.
She pauses as though trying to formulate words and goes, That was something to watch, I have to say. You turning into fire like that was not something I've ever seen before. Thank you.
I just felt like I needed to keep you safe.
Well, I owe you one. She smiles and then steps away, going to her own room on the first level of the tree, as she lets you continue on to your own. Starting in order, Lisbeth, is there anything you lay down for the night?
I'm probably laying in the bed and just thinking, trying to process everything. But my mind keeps drifting back to what I saw in the Misty Step. It's all just so much. And she's trying to figure anything out.
Roll me an Arcana check, just for fun.
That is a 16.
As you think back to it, and you think to what Rurik had said about you stepping into like another realm, does seem kind of accurate, as though you did go to some other plane of sorts. But it felt oddly comforting in a way. Let's see. Sinclair, is there anything you would like to do before you all lay down for the rest?
I would say not at the.
Okay. What about Rurik?
There is something Rurik would like to do. Rurik would go and knock on Lisbeth's door, assuming he knows the room Lisbeth is staying in.
Yeah, y'all are all like right next to each other.
So it would be like,
actually, roll a d4. On a 1 and a 3, you find Lisbeth.
dude, that would be funny as fuck if I just knock on Sinclair's door and he opens it up, butt ass naked, like, "Hey man, what's up?"
Stop, dude.
I rolled a 4. I knock on my own door.
No. You knock on Sinclair's door.
No fucking way.
I told you, 1 and a 3, you knock on Lisbeth's. 2 and a 4, you roll on Sinclair. So fucking Sinclair, you hear a knock at your,
And it's like a thud, 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 thud.
and it sounds really low on the door.
There's a mouse at my door. Oh no, it's the fucking giant spiders are coming back.
Oh, it must be those damn gnomes that folded me like an omelet.
The red caps are back.
The red caps are back. The red caps are back.
Okay.
Sounds like red coats.
All right. In all seriousness, Sinclair stands up and opens the door, and he looks down and sees Rurik and says,
I thought you were in red cap for a second.
What? Huh?
Nothing.
Okay. May I help you?
You're not. This is not the right room. I'm sorry, Sinclair. Do you know which room Lisbeth is in? I'm assuming that one now.
Sinclair points at Rurik's door.
No, that one's mine. I think that one's mine. Oh no. I'm lost. I feel like I'm in Home Alone 2.
I don't know what that means. I don't know why I'm referencing it.
I don't know what Home Alone 2 is, but I feel home alone.
Do I just say my part, or are you gonna say?
I'm just gonna let's just say that Sinclair points him at the right door.
Okay.
So now Lisbeth will hear a knock, 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 knock.
She also thinks it's a red cap coming back.
Well, going over still very slow and having to pace herself, she does come and open the door.
Rurik will see you open the door, and he'll sit there looking at you kind of You can see he's contemplating.
Do you want to come in?
He will shake his head no. I would actually like for you to meet somebody.
Right.
And assuming Elizabeth's agreeing, Rurik will begin to walk to the flower bed from last session. And he'll sit down and just stare at the flower bed, then look back at Elizabeth and gesture towards the ground with his head for her to sit.
She'd slowly sit, having to take her time to not hurt herself.
This is Rhea and Evelyn. This is my wife and daughter. 12 years ago, I buried them here. And he reaches down and gently touches one of the flowers on the bed. This is what I lost. I lost 70 years of my life here. And he pulls away from the flower. And he looks at Elizabeth and smiles. I think you and Rhea would have gotten very along. She was 4 when she passed. But she was almost as feisty as you. She had a great spirit. That's why I called her my Warhammer. I remember one time she was playing with a couple of toys that her mother had made her. And I stepped on it. It was an accident, but it shattered under my foot. With rage, that little girl jumped up and started beating my leg. It was like trying to fight off a displacer beast. That little creature just ran around with such fury. She was like that since she was born. She definitely had my rage, but her mother's looks. She would have liked you, along with Evelyn. I'm sorry that you never had this. I'm sorry that you missed out on one of the best things in life. But I really do believe that they would have loved you.
I think she's quiet and not quite sure how to respond. And she simply just nods.
Roll me a nature check.
Nature check? Whoa. Wait, I think I actually have a... Is it nature that I have a modifier with? I do. I have a +1. I rolled a fucking nat 20. Oh my god! It was with the orange dice! It was with the orange dice! I'm so excited about that. I can't explain my excitement. My brand new die just rolled a nat fucking 20.
As you and Elizabeth sit in front of this flower bed, and you speak of Evelyn and Rhea, and you look down at the flower bed, and you notice something. In the center of this flower bed, there are 2 flowers in particular that are like right next to each other. One taller, looking kind of like a sunflower, but smaller, like same sort of shape, but maybe only a foot tall, and one about half its height that looks like a orange lily. But as you watch and as you look at it, underneath the 2, and a little bit in front of them, is a 3rd flower that hasn't quite opened up yet. And as you look at it, you feel drawn to touch it, to touch the flower bud. And as you reach out and you lightly tap the flower bud, the leaves holding the bud closed open, and the flower emerges this bright, vibrant orange color. It's short and small, but bright.
Can I roll an insight to try to, like, figure out if there's a message behind this?
I will let you roll either insight, nature, or religion.
You know, wow, that's a lot of choices. Hold on, I gotta actually look at all of them. So, obviously, my religion's a +3, insight's a +3, and nature's a +1. So I'm gonna roll religion.
All right.
Okay, I rolled a 16 total.
As you look at them and you think about it, and you think about Merkin, and you remember a teaching that isn't really spread a whole lot amongst Merkin's followers. And it follows a similar thought line to the whole thing of, fires raise forests to the ground to allow for new life. But in a way, so does conquest, so does battle. With the end of a battle, it can allow for new civilizations to rise, for new people to fill the voids of those left behind, and for new opportunities opened up by the ends of war.
Wow. Wow. I'm too stunned to speak. That was fucking beautiful, dude. I don't know what to say. What am I supposed to say to that? That just like that really has stunned me as a player. Not even Rurik, but me as a player. That was so weirdly, beautifully put. Holy fuck. Wow. Rurik will sit and he'll grab his medallion and he'll smirk. And he lets out a long sigh. A sigh that sounds like pain, relief, misery, and excitement. A sound that makes Rurik feel a little less heavy as he finally forgives himself. He begins to realize it wasn't his fault. He did everything he could. It was the Protectorate, this war that he has been facing for now 12 years. And this newfound war. And he smiles for the first time. Not happy, but a smile nonetheless that shows he forgives himself. Elizabeth,
Yes.
Again, am sorry that you never had the chance. And Rurik stands up, and he extends a hand out to Lisbeth.
I guess she'll take it, trying to stand as well.
Rurik will help Lisbeth up the best he can. I am grateful for what you've done today. You've helped me in more ways than you'll ever know. And I want you to know I'm here for you. Any questions, any sadness, you knock on my door. I show you this because, as I said to the Oak Mother, I feel as if you are a daughter I've never had. Sent by Merkin, a child who needs a home. I will be your home the best I can. I will aid you in any way you need. And I will help. Tomorrow is a new day. A day full of trust and love. A day that is new. For you have given me something that cannot be changed. You have given me forgiveness. I owe you. I owe you more than you'll ever know. Thank you, Elizabeth.
You're welcome.
He smiles, knowing that she's confused. She's going to be confused. I'm being more cryptic than I am explaining to her. I will aid you back to your room. Get rest. And then he'll begin to help Lisbeth back to her room.
So, with that said and done, you all take a long rest. You get your health back, your spell slots back and whatnot, and rise in the morning to find the Oak Mother
Can
in
we
the hole.
take a quick bathroom break?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ready?
I'm back and ready.
All right. So, in the morning, you all emerge to find the Oak Mother with a small group of rangers, including Ferna and Thera. She's explaining to them all like the plan going forward and whatnot, and as you all emerge, the Oak Mother turns and goes, "Well, everybody's ready. I assume you will be heading out pretty much immediately."
Before I roleplay, Leon, don't forget that was a long rest.
I know, I got it.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. I know sometimes you struggle.
Made,
You stumble
I
on
made
that.
sure of it.
All right.
I made sure of it.
All right. Well, Lisbeth is first in RP order, so I'm gonna go back to mute.
I think she's quiet, but maybe Ken's sticking near Thera.
All right. I mean, unless there's really anything to say or do before you leave, they're pretty much all just ready to go into the war.
Oh my God, Leon, your microphone!
Well, what happened?
Your microphone was going insane. My eardrums hurt.
What happened?
I don't know. It's not like you were like twisting your microphone jack or something and it was just going crazy.
Oh no, I put it up to my up and then I was just slowly bringing it back down.
Oh, that's probably what it was.
I don't know how it would do that because I'm not even messing with the mic strip.
It happens.
It's right here, but it's well.
But all right, what were you saying, Elizabeth?
I don't have anything to do beforehand.
Okay, Sinclair's up next. What you know? Come on, Sinclair. You gotta be on your toes. Come on, I'm excited. We gotta go.
Sinclair would be ready to go back out to the outside of the place they are currently at.
Rurik will stand, tall and grab out his warhammer and hold it above his head. Today, we all fight, or we fail trying. Today, we stand. If not to the Protectorate, then to the group that we are all in fear of now. The group that is bigger. These group. Those Protectorate scum have tricks up their sleeves. We're fighting a losing battle. But together, as one, we will win! And he pushes his warhammer straight up into the air in a way to rally up everybody and get everyone pumped.
The rangers and whatnot all make sounds of agreeance and whatnot. And the Oak Mother nods at you and goes, well, whenever you're all ready, Branchfana and Thera will lead the way. And the Oak Mother turns to Thera and spends a few moments talking with her. You can kind of barely make out the sounds of, like, her, worrying over her and whatnot, but Thera seems pretty insistent that she goes with. And you all head out on your way. The group of you, once 3, now nearly 15 or 20, travel through the forest in the early morning, dew softly covering the ground. It's strange seeing the forest so calm, so lively when you all came so close to losing it in an instant, and knowing that the place you return to may as well already be lost. You all savored this final stretch of the forest, marking the greenery and life in your mind, bracing yourselves for when the tree line breaks. And as the trees open before you all into the valley you'd seen as you left the city, your eyes rise as you notice something strange about that very city. The first is a strange sort of sphere around it, rising high from the city walls and stretching off into the horizon, assumedly going back down onto the other side of the massive city. The second is that the smoke is worse, spreading over most of what you can see, orb and high above into the air. On the far side, you can just barely make out the spire of the castle in which you all know that the Protectorate itself resides within, piercing the sky as though not within the... To the north, you do notice something else, though. A small encampment made up of some basic tents, and you see a few people milling about, including a couple of dwarves. What would you all like to do?
Elizabeth, you're up first.
I think she's kind of staring at the dome, confused, and also a little saddened about having to go back. But is ultimately quiet.
I do have a question.
What's up?
I know you mentioned that the smoke is like covering everywhere. Do we know if they're covering the base where we left the...
You can't tell from here. You just know that everything that you can see of the city...
Alright, so what Rurik will do is he'll grab his medallion and close his eyes, and he'll say his prayer silently in his head and hope that his god will give him a sense of what to do, a pull, a direction like his god has always given him.
Roll me a religion check.
My modifier is a +3. I got a 15, so 3. That's 18.
You don't feel anything super concrete exactly, but you do... Something about this encampment that you... seems important in some way.
I assume, as I told the Oak Mother, my team is kind of in the they're following them, but at this point they kind of move to the front lines to kind of figure out where to go from here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Rurik would again look around and figure all that stuff out, and he would think about it, and then he closes his eyes, grabs his medallion, and then he looks up and he looks at that area and he points. That feels important to me. What does everybody else think? And he'll look over to Sinclair first.
All I can really say is that I do not miss this wretched city.
Aye, and it's only getting worse. So time is of the essence. We must pick a spot to start. Either we can be fools and play a gambit, split into 2 teams. We'll take some of our allies, and our team will go one direction, or the rest go the opposite. Or we could be a great typhoon and attack in one spot. Figure a way to get to Surkana. Figure out the importance of that building.
It's not a. Or by building, are you referring to the dome?
Yeah, the dome, and then I I was taking a breath because I ran out of breath. I'm sorry. And I was going to also mention the grouping. I forget the word you used, but that grouping of tents. I say, we all look at the tents. We all may outnumber everything there. If it's a problem, for all we know, we might just be lucky enough, and that be Sarkana and his crew awaiting our arrival. Maybe the city is too far gone, and they found a way out. I say we all charge there. That I was for everyone, by the way.
That was a questioning eye.
Yeah.
Sinclair nods and pulls out one of his beast axe, having it in one hand.
All right. What does this look like?
So, we're just going straight into the fight?
Was that
in character.
okay? I do not know if it'll be a fight. We won't go straight into battle until we can clarify. But I feel that we should aim for that area. We should go there, figure things out.
All right. I'm in.
So you're dividing into like two to like surround the camp?
I feel like that would be wise, kind of create a circle, but also try to stay decently enough out of view where we can see them first.
Alright. You all sort of spread out around it. I'm going to roll stealth for one half, and then y'all can decide whether one of y'all want to roll stealth for your half, or if Thera should roll stealth for y'all's half.
I think we should allow Thera.
Yeah.
What's the Hunger Game thing that they say? Nominate. I nominate Thera.
Tribute.
Yes. I tribute Thera.
Well, Thera got a 19, and the other half got a 16. So y'all approach, and all three of you roll me perception checks.
All right.
Perception.
I got 13 plus 3.
17 plus 2.
Leon rolled high. No way.
Who would have thought?
19, 16, and then whatever Elizabeth rolls.
13.
So we got 13, 16, 19.
As you all approach, readying for the possibility of battle, Rurik and Sinclair will notice one man in particular within this camp, a stout dwarven man that you both recognize. This is the man that you saw in the war room of the Coalition's tunnels the first time you entered them, who had been standing beside Sarkana, speaking to him when you all had arrived, but y'all never actually interacted with him. But you do recognize him, and and as you look, you notice a couple of other people that you recognize from in the tunnels. You notice a few of the scholars that had been looking into the sigil that y'all had found in the house.
What? Hold on. Did I hear you? Can you please say that again? Did I hear you right?
What part do you want me to repeat?
The sigil part.
They were the scholars that had been trying to look into the sigil that...
Okay, no, I misheard you. Okay. Thank God. I thought he said that the scholars are wearing the sigil. I was like, no, I do not think so. Everyone attack. Rurik will be the first to break out of stealth and begin to walk, showing no aggression. So if anyone sees Rurik walking forward, they will know to not be so aggressive, but be on guard. And he will walk. Sinclair rushes in and murders everyone. But Rurik will begin to walk to the dwarf, in particular the dwarf.
As you step out of the sort of ring around this camp, you get a couple of feet closer to the encampment before the dwarf looks up and notices you, and immediately his face fills with recognition. And he calls out to the other people of the encampment, not with calling for reinforcements or anything, but with, we found him! Let's go!
Hit PogChamp dwarf, let's go!
Yeah. And the dwarf steps up to you and goes, "You guys actually made it out? You're still alive? Well, you are, at least. Right, where's the other three?"
They're alive, but I want to make sure Sarkana...
Well, one of them not.
Well, yeah. Hold on. Let me start back. I will get to that as soon as I see Sarkana.
As you mention Sarkana's name, falls, and he goes, Sarkana's not here. He stayed behind. Wanted to try and help as many people as he could. We're all that made it out.
How long ago?
Well, about maybe 2 or 3 hours after you all left, after Irana came back, the smoke started spreading again. Faster this time. Faster than even when it first showed up. Started taking over most of the city, and Sarkana had a group of us go out the same way you did to try and, if not find you, then find something that we could go to and try and start over from the outside. He gestures at the city and goes, that orb, or whatever it is, showed up a couple of hours after we made it out, and as far as we can tell, nobody else made it out in time. It's just us. Sarkana's still in there.
You'll see a hint of fear in Rurik's face as he begins to scream out loud, looking away from the dwarf's face. That way it's not like directly in his face. And he'll scream, "Rally up!" trying to get everyone to gather onto the camp. Everyone in camp and the troops that we just brought.
As the rest of the from the grove come out. What in the bloody hell? What are you going to attack us?
No. These people will aid you and everyone else to the Druid Grove. There is a greater evil than the Protectorate, as you very clearly can see. It is not It is an army that we do not understand yet. And broken armies to fight one greater army will not best it. We must join forces with the druids and ourselves. If there's a chance to find Thorcana, I will find him. We, and I gestured to Lisbeth and Sinclair, and very absently Valerie. And I also gesture over to kind of our new member in a weird way, Thera. We will see about finding him. And everyone else. But I make no promises. For I've seen what this does. As I am sure you all have seen.
You see a high elf steps kind of around the dwarf and goes, well, there's no getting back in the city. Not with that dome.
What? All I heard was not with that dog. What?
There's no getting back in that city. Not with that dome.
Oh, the dome. Okay. And he looks over to Lisbeth. Lisbeth, can you feel anything with that dome?
I try.
I mean, you can roll Arcana.
Yeah, like I can try, and then she's gonna try and like reach out with her magic.
Yeah, roll an Arcana check.
That is a dirty 22.
This dome isn't. It's a spell, but it's not one spell. As you reach out your magic towards it, you feel that this dome dwarfs yours 1,000-fold, as though it's either one of the strongest spells ever in creation, or it is hundreds of the same spell put together. And as you do this, the high elf, who as he comes into better view, you actually see that he's wearing a medallion with the symbol of Arathis on it. This is a cleric of Arathis. And he goes, that... We know what that spell is. Or, well, we know what it's made of. That is a wall of force spell that is being held up by hundreds of magi from the protectorate, from within the castle, and he sort of nods his head at the spires that you can see coming up from the far side of the dome. And the dwarf pipes up and goes, as we were leaving the city, the spell was starting to be casted from the castle. Apparently, the protectorate decided that they were going to cover their own asses rather than try and help the city. They all cast that spell and closed the city off. We tried to do something about it when we made it to the other side, but it's pretty much impenetrable. There's so many magi holding up that spell that there's really nothing we can do without getting to the magi first. And he pauses, looking down at the ground, and he goes, there was no warning. It didn't even tell the city guard. The guard were still cut in the city as that wall came down. They quarantined the city. And sure, the smoke is trapped, can't get out, can't go anywhere. But they damned that city. They condemned it for whatever it's gonna do.
That city has been filled with smoke for 2 moons. I don't know if anyone that weren't protected are alive. This is a great loss. But we can't just give up. And he'll look around and he'll ask Thera, you wouldn't happen to know anyone here that might be able to aid us in this situation, would you?
She sort of looks dumbfounded and goes, "Aid in what way? The strongest among us is my mother." And she looks over at the dome and goes, "I don't know if there's anything even she could do about this." The high elf goes, "There's really only one way to deal with that dome, and that's to take out the mages casting it. Even if only a couple of them lose concentration, the spell should fizzle. But to do that, you'd have to reach the castle, and wherever in that castle the magi are."
So let me ask this out of character, but like in the world.
Mm-hmm.
It is the area where the magi, where they're protecting themselves. How do I word this without it being like a... I'm like on the toes of metagaming on accident. I'm trying not to do that.
Okay, here's how I'm going. From what the group believes, a group of mages, under protectorate rules, evacuated into the castle, and then they cast collectively at least a couple of 100 copies of the spell force, and are consistently maintaining concentration and recasting it in a massive dome shape over the city. However, the dome does not cover the castle. Pretty much the castle is left out of the wall of force, whereas the entire city itself is contained within.
Okay.
You remember that the castle was kind of built off of the side of a mountain that rose above where the city is. So the castle was kind of permanently looking over the city.
So we have to... Okay. Well,
So if you want to get into the city, you have to spell required.
You might cut out. Can you please repeat that?
In order to get rid of your best shot is to get into the castle and disrupt the magi that are holding on these spells.
All right. Rurik would turn and look at the group that's here. Any volunteers to join on a raid?
I would like to make sure you understand that this castle is on the other side of this city. This city is like 60 miles across.
Oh yeah, I forgot how large it is. Yeah, this is.
I keep calling it a mega city.
Yeah. So this might just be one of those we just gotta cut ties. I really don't want to do that. Like as Rurik and as Chris, I really don't want to just give up. But at the same time, there's kind of no choice. It feels. I'll pass it on to the next person to see if they have any ideas.
That would be Elizabeth.
Thinking. I don't know if we can do this. As Liz, we struggled against a few people. And this would be so much more than just a few.
The cleric, the elf, he holds up a finger and goes, "Give me one moment." And he turns and he disappears into tents and then emerges with the same map that Circana had shown you all when you all left the city in the first place. And he goes, "There's a handful of towns surrounding this place. Many of them, we believe, are abandoned, but it's possible that some of the people living in them may have found new places to go, whether that be hiding in the forests or in, mountains, whatever. If you can find some of them along the way, you may be able to find people who could help or something." He sighs and he goes, "More than likely, the vast majority of the city is gone. There may still be people inside, but if the people inside weren't able to find protection within the last 2 days, more than likely they're already gone. But anybody who did find some method of protection is probably still okay and probably will be for a while. It will be difficult, time-consuming, for sure, but there's a chance." And the dwarf butts in and he goes, "I don't know about you all, but if there's a chance, I say you fucking take it."
Aye, Circana he is the only reason we're here. We've helped everybody the best we could up to this point. There's no reason to now abandon them. Any fighting chance, any fighters, these towns might offer us the best chance. So I say this. Maybe we all pick a spot, pick teams, and then regroup, figure out how to approach this, and go from there. Let's all band together, because they never abandoned us, so we will not abandon them.
So here's what I'm going to propose to you guys. So between yourselves, the rangers that came with you out, and the group in this encampment, there's about 35 of you. The elf, the cleric of Arathis, will suggest that pretty much the group split up into 3 different ways. One group go east around the city and begin traveling in the direction. One group goes west, doing the same thing, and the rest returns to the Grove, where they can all work together to try and figure out if there is some other way to bring down the... I'm going to call it a dome of force, because it's effectively what it is. But that's the plan that the elf introduces himself as Unaris suggests. But if you all have a different idea, that's up to y'all.
For the most part, that's what Rurik was suggesting as well. But again, Rurik will look over to Lisbeth and Sinclair. We're a team. We make decisions together. So he waits for everyone else to have a say-so.
Sinclair thinks and says, whatever we do, we need to get in there and save everyone that we can. I cannot bear to watch the Protectorate be so chaotic over their own region and hurting others. We must save everyone that we can in the city. We must find a way in.
What does Lisbeth have to say?
I think we should stick together. Honestly, none of us have anywhere else to go.
So you also agree with Unaris and Rurik's plan?
Yes.
Okay. How do y'all want...
I will make a suggestion and see how the other players feel about it. I feel like I want Thera on our team. We have worked well with Thera for quite some time. So I think us 4 plus Thera is a good call.
Absolutely.
Then
You mean you 3 plus Thera?
I counted wrong because I was including Thera for some reason. But us 3 plus Thera, all right? That still leaves 7 slots. I think Branch came with us, but I don't want to take Branch with us. I feel like Branch is a great leader. I feel like Branch should be Team B, and I feel like this priest should be like Team C.
The priest of Arathis should go back to the Grove?
I feel like yes.
Okay.
Wait, no, okay. Let me say this differently, because now you saying that actually gave me a better idea. Branch should take a team back to the Grove.
Okay.
And then the cleric would obviously have more knowledge. Not anything against Branch, but I feel like they would make a great B captain.
Okay.
I feel like all the weakest and all the most vulnerable should go with Team Branch, which we will say consists of one of the 12, because it's going to be split in 2 teams of 12 and 1 team of 11 for it to be equally split between 35.
Well, here's the thing. Majority of the encampment that was able to escape the city are common folk.
Alright. So, if we were to subtract the common folk from the 35, what would that leave us with?
That would leave you with... So, subtracting the common folk, subtracting the priest of Arathis, subtracting Branch Ferna, and subtracting you 4, that would leave you with about 8.
Alright. I say 2 teams of 6 And then Branch Ferna take everyone else back to the Grove.
All right.
How does everyone else feel about that?
Yeah, I think that is great.
I think that is a good idea.
All right. So you see Branch Ferna collect all of the common folk and whatnot, and fact, you see the priest of Arathis, Eunaris. You see him and the dwarf who introduced himself as Broadblade Firestone. Goes with him, as well as a human wizard, and then 3 just like kind of basic fighter types. And you all are also joined by 2 basic fighters. I'm just going to run them as like guard NPCs because, yeah. Which way will y'all want to go, east or west?
I like to go west.
Oh, fuck yourself.
Well, before we split up, I feel like a talk of the clerics, clash of the clerics. Does this cleric know any more about these towns? Does he know what type of people were there, in the past? Is there any information that he may know that maybe even Circana gave him that it would be helpful for us?
Majority of what he is that there were a couple of like basic settlements, though a lot of the records of the people that were there or whatever pretty much lost entirely. He knows there were a few halfling settlements. He knows that there were a couple of human, but that's pretty much it. That's all that he has.
All right. Rurik will extend a hand to... hold on, I lost my NPC sheet. To Ernaris, right? Eunaris, alright. So he will extend a hand to Eunaris and tell him, I really hope that... Hold on. I'm trying to find it. I really hope that Eurythus treats you very well.
How did you pronounce their god's name?
I try to say Eurythus, but because of the R roll, it like fucked that up.
It's Arathis.
Arath. I spelled it funny because I don't know how to spell it yet, so that's probably why.
I'll text it to you in a minute. But it's Arathis.
That's why. I spelled it with a U. If I knew it started with an A, I would have said Arathis a lot better. But Rurik will go, I hope that Arathis aids you in the right direction. We shall go west.
He nods, shaking your hand, and goes, then I suppose we shall go east. I hope to see you all again in time, and under better circumstances.
As do I.
And he will lead his group off to the east. Is there anything y'all would like to do before y'all start?
There's just a lot that just happened. So I think I'm just quiet.
Sinclair's the same way.
I told y'all I had big plans for this session.
All right, brothers. And is okay. Yeah. Brothers and sisters. Rurik stands tall. Obviously he's a dwarf, so not like Sinclair tall, but he stands tall for a dwarf. Almost like puffing his chest out to show he's standing strong and mighty as he wields his warhammer in his hand. We have a duty to the people inside. We go west. Who's with me? And he raises his warhammer in the air again, trying to rally the group, trying to inspire everyone. In such a dark time, Rurik wants to be this light that encourages. Rurik wants to be... Oh, hold on. Sorry. You want me to...
You finish.
Okay.
You finish what you were saying.
Rurik wants to be the guy who helps provide his god's meaning and push it into all these people. Courage in battle. It's time to stand tall and be full of both, because this is our moment to stand tall.
Roll me a religion check.
Rolled a 19 plus 3. I was so scared because I looked over and I seen 1 because the 1's right under 19 and I was about to cry.
As you give this speech and you look out small group that you have, which ultimately doesn't quite feel like it will be enough for what you need to do, but it's the best you have, you feel something within yourself. And as you look, you see that your warhammer is glowing orange and shining against the green and the hammer is made from. And you feel a strength within yourself. And as you look out across everybody else, you see them all with looks of hope across their faces. All of you gain... Give me 1 second. There it is. All of you gain 10 temporary hit points.
Holy cow!
Whoa.
And with that, you all set off across the valley. Alright. Is there anything y'all want to do or say traveling along?
I feel like it is a good time for RP between characters. Get to talk about stories, We haven't really seen a lot of the past of Sinclair. So I think as Rurik, I'm going to target Sinclair and try to get his brain dunking a little bit. I've had a lot of interaction with Elizabeth. It's time to give Sinclair some love. So I will give Leon the option to allow either Sinclair go first or Rurik go first. Either Sinclair can ask Rurik a question or vice versa.
Vice versa.
You would rather me ask you a question? Is that what you're saying?
I don't really mind how it goes, man.
All right. I remember you telling me something about owning a shop.
That is correct. I did own a shop. It was your run-of-the-mill ones that you see in an everyday town, so to speak. Not fancy, not run down, just simple, really. It had just a one frontal door, one that was on the side. Next to it, a window where you can see wares with prices, according to what I believe is fair. Inside, you would see a bunch of just a bunch of artifacts, stuff from ancient past, if you will. Some I just found interesting. I collected. Most had these energies that I just felt on my hands, but I just chose to ignore them. If you will, they just didn't really faze me. I just liked the look of the artifacts. I had them all placed around, all neatly aligned. It was magnificent, and I was proud for my work.
Hey, going back to the feeling sensation on your hands but not minding. Do you think that might be what caused that little fur devil to come out of your hands?
Oh, that? Honestly, I doubt it. I was still pretty young, and that side of me never came out at that point. Honestly, I think I think that those feelings were just the artifacts that were radiating power of some kind. But
Yes,
as I
but
said,
maybe something you came across. Maybe a totem or something. Maybe it bestowed to you a power that you never knew. It's ironic how you got this purple shite all over your arm. Now you got two powers, I guess.
this is true. Honestly, I could have picked up some kind of druid totem, or maybe I just picked it up from an ancient artifact that probably had some kind of bestial like powers that were just stuck in there from ancient times.
I tell you what, Sinclair. If we somehow miraculously make it out of all of this, I'll help you in finding out what the hell's going on with you. I'm sure something in my studies will help me figure it out. But besides that point, how's your arm? And he gestures to the purple. I heard her talk to you about powers. But it seems like it's the same. Do you feel any certain way?
I do not. It hasn't been bothering me. It hasn't done anything. It's just every time a specific foe or character or something approaches it, it just, I guess it irradiates something, but other than that, it does not bother me so. I think it's just when I come across things that have that specific power.
What do you mean? You gotta remember you never told the group that whenever we were getting close to the cave that you felt a tingling in your arm.
That's true. When we got close to that cave, my arm started to sting. But not as bad as what that wretched drow did. It more felt like it was telling me something. It was like saying something. But soon after that, as you saw, probably most likely in that cave, that drow did something. I don't know what, but it burned.
I would like for you to keep a close eye on that arm. If it gets that tingly-wingly feeling again, let me know.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it.
And with that, Rurik will begin to I assume they're all still walking towards the goal. Rurik will begin to kind of walk away, but still walking towards the goal from Sinclair, ending their interaction.
Is there anything Elizabeth would want to do? Maybe to talk to, like, Thera or something?
Yeah, I would like to talk to Thera. Just
All right.
I out of character. I'm just trying to think of the words of how to start it. I think walking next to her is like, this is a lot.
Yeah, this is my first time out of the woods, and to find a city trapped under whatever that is. She sort of glances to her right, where you see the city walls rising up in the distance and the dome rising higher above it. And goes, it's a lot to take in, but she kind of glances at Elizabeth with a faint smile and goes, at least I'm not alone.
Yeah, I guess that's true. We aren't alone. And she can't help but smile as well.
All right. You're ready to continue on?
Yes.
After about 2 or 3 hours of travel, heading through the plains and hills surrounding the imposing walls of the Protectorate's megacity, you see something in the distance. You, for a moment, feel excitement at seeing a settlement, but it fades as you grow closer. In the distance in front of you, the crumbling remains of a small town settle across the ground. As you get closer, you smell meat, blood, and viscera. The town, or what's left of it, is quaint. Short buildings built into the hills, with the tallest building there being a tall, abandoned clock tower, maybe 150 feet tall. Around the edges of this town, spikes have been driven into the ground, clashing hard with the quaint aesthetic of the town, seemingly used to have, the quaint aesthetic the town seemingly used to have before its collapse. In the distance, you can hear yipping sounds, like animals or hyenas. Strewn about are chunks of meat, though at a passing glance you can't quite tell what kind of animal they're from. Whether they're just a normal beast or some humanoid race is nearly impossible to tell through all the torn chunks of them. With this in front of you, what do y'all want to do?
I'll let everyone else go first, obviously, and my RP's last.
I think she's kind of just staring, because as much as she's seen lately, she's not seen this much destruction in her life.
Sinclair looks around and takes in the amount of damage that was done to this town. Just wondering what could have just done something like this.
Alright, so since I was gone, somebody fill me in.
It was mostly just them being like, what the hell happened here?
Well, yeah, but what the hell happened here?
Roll insight.
No, I mean, like, I don't know what's going on. I said I was going to BRB, and now I'm...
Yeah, you heard the description of the town, right?
No, that's why I said fill me in. I said
Oh,
BRB.
Jesus.
I said BRB before that, and, like... Nobody paid
I-
attention.
I didn't hear you. Okay. So you've all come across this massive, well, not massive, but this decently large town of buildings built into the sides of hills and a massive clock tower, but it's old, fallen apart, and mostly destroyed. Surrounding it, spikes are driven into the ground, and there's hunks of bloody meat everywhere. And in the distance, you can hear the sounds of yipping animals. That's pretty much everything important.
Rurik stops very clearly and just investigates. So let me roll an investigation.
Okay.
What's my modifier again? Fuck me. 14 plus 1, so I got 15 investigation.
What exactly are you looking for with this investigation check?
I'm looking at, like, creatures. Being somebody who's hunted before... Oh, I just paused my music. Being somebody who's hunted before, I would like to see if I can figure out what came through this town.
Well, as you kind of look around at the town, you notice that it seems like this town has been kind of destroyed for a while. It's been in a state of disrepair for a long time. But as you look at the spikes and the hunks of meat and you listen to the yipping sounds, you start to put a few dots together. That yipping sounds a lot like hyenas.
I knew it! Oh my fucking god! Sorry, that was Chris being excited.
You recognize this as the work of gnolls.
I've never been against a Knoll in a D&D campaign. This is about to be so fucking excited.
You haven't. Hey,
What happened?
you have in Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, but not in a D&D campaign like 5e. Fuck Baldur's Gate. Fuck the Knoll.
Fuck the gnoll.
Fuck the Knoll. Don't fuck the Knoll, but fuck the Knoll. Rurik knows what a Knoll is. Does he know from previous combat, or does he know from studying?
He'd know from studying more than anything.
Okay, I figured so, because, 6 years is a lot of time. He, knowing what this is, does he know what they're capable of? Or just of them?
He's aware of the fact that they are vicious and worship a demon lord that constantly demands flesh.
Yo, these motherfuckers serving Nurgle. I mean...
No, that's more of a Jubilex.
Yeah, but remember, I don't know too much about Warhammer. I know a few guys. But Rurik would relay this message to the group of, this is kind of a fuck situation. So this is how Rurik would go about it. Those yips are no hyena-like creatures that serve a god that constantly demands flesh. Everyone here is in great danger. I never went up against a gnoll, but I know that they're very vicious. We all are going to want to be very careful. We definitely want to see them first before they see us. Because if they see us, then we're next on the dinner plate. And he's whispering this to everybody, all, 6 members.
Yeah, yes, sir.
All right.
Did this motherfucker just say yes, sir? Wait. Is this Lisbeth?
Yeah.
I don't think this is Lisbeth. Is this?
I don't know what to say, but just like okay.
This
Right.
is a doppelganger. But I would like to continue my investigation and try to see if I can see them. So is that investigation or perception?
If you're trying to see if you can see where any of them are, that would be more perception.
All right. Oh, nat 20!
Nice.
As you look around, you notice in the distance what remains of what looks like used to be a tavern of some kind. And you notice that a lot of the yips seem to be coming from there. However, as you look around, you notice to your group's right is a gnoll that's walking around the edge of the spikes as though patrolling. It is going to roll a perception check to see if it can see all of you. That is a 17. The gnoll sees you.
Yikes!
It pulls out a bow and draws it to shoot at you. Because you guys saw it as well, it will not get a surprise round, so all of you roll initiative against this fucking one gnoll.
Oh, here we go.
The gnoll rolled a
Y'all, I
natural
shit
21.
you not. I rolled a 19 and I have a +1 initiative.
I got an 11.
Rurik is
The
about
roll-
to fuck this bitch up.
Elizabeth got
An 11.
11.
Oh no, me and I have to roll. 'Cause I also got an 11.
Alright, yeah, y'all roll off. And Theo's gonna...
I got a 12.
At my drink. So much is falling. Everything is dying.
Rurik, what did you get?
Dirty 20.
Theo got a 22.
God damn it! Well, that's fine. I'm okay with the
Roll
going
off,
first.
I got a 2.
Okay, so Elizabeth got a 2 on the roll off. What did Leon get on the roll off?
I got a 12.
Okay. So... Okay, well, the gnoll rolled a natural 1. So Thera is going to go first. She's going to take 2 shots because of Dread Ambusher. First one's a natural fucking 20. Second one, that rolled weird, is a 14. That's not going to hit, but the first one is going to hit. So she's going to roll 3d8s of damage. Nope, 4d8s of damage, actually. Because she rolled a crit, and because of Dread Ambusher. 1, 2, 3... I didn't mean for Thera to be this broken, I swear.
I mean,
It's-
that's just a Gloomstalker Ranger for you.
It's the dice, man. It's the dice.
4, 8, 9, plus 5, that's 14 damage. She deals 14 damage to the gnoll. She knocked this thing down to less than half health in a single fucking arrow.
Well, here's hoping I can knock it the rest of the way.
Um,
By the way, I still have my Warhammer out. I've had it out this entire time, so my AC is going to be 16.
Alright, then I'm assuming you're just gonna roll up and run up and try to hit it?
Yeah, I'm going to roll up, swing. No fucking way!
Did you roll a natural 20?
I rolled... I swear to fucking God, that is a 20!
Roll your damage. Roll your damage dice twice.
Dude, that is
Wow.
2d12s. That is... I'm in... What? What? What is happening?
Your god is giving you powers.
6 plus 5.
It's dead.
Well, okay. The luck! They didn't even have a fucking chance. Dude, that's so sad. He died in 12 seconds. Not even.
Because you got to remember, a round in D&D is 6 seconds.
Yeah. And that wasn't a round, that was a turn. That wasn't even 6 seconds. Brother fell thwomp thwomp bump.
Amazing.
Oh my god, dude. There's no fucking way. That is my best D&D moment of all time, dude. I swear to fucking God on it. I've never had a moment so perfect in my life.
Wow.
I need to figure out how to get a dice cam.
Alright, so you killed this gnoll. I'm not even going to have the gnolls in the tavern roll a perception check because you fucking killed it so damn fast. It didn't have a chance to do anything to try and get their attention. So yeah, that's one gnoll dead, and y'all know that there is more in the tavern, and you can pretty safely assume that there is probably at least one other gnoll patrolling the area, and there might be more deeper in the town.
All right, can I ask a question to my god as Rurik?
Okay.
Well, not of a question, but like a sense. I'm going to put my faith in my god's hand, and like Rurik has since day one, is going to ask his god to guide him and let him be his blade.
Okay.
Does he feel... Damn it, these hiccups. Does he feel a significance with this tavern?
Roll religion.
I'm going to use my other D20. That D20 was too powerful. Alright, so religion is +3. I rolled a 13. I got a 16. So far, this dice has been good at keeping mid rolls, and then my red die just like straight 20, 20, 20.
You get the feeling that this place may not have significance, but these gnolls shouldn't be allowed to live.
And with that, Rurik begins to storm his ass to the tavern.
So y'all are just gonna go run and bust into the tavern?
Brother, I'm about to run and bust into this tavern. I don't know about the rest of the party, but I'm about to run in and bust in this tower. This tower? This tavern.
Are you gonna try and stealth or anything?
No, so before I do this, I am going to allow the other players to have a chance to do something, because I'm not about to stealth. I'm about to go in pretty much guns blazing. So, I'm going to allow the players to have a moment to figure something out before I just fucking kick this door down. I didn't realize this was going to put so much strain on you guys. I'm sorry.
No. It's fine. I'm trying to think of something here.
I mean, y'all can follow behind. Y'all can, like, maybe circle around the tavern.
Yeah, y'all can straight up just let me be a distraction. Let me kick the fucking tavern in, have a couple of my buddies come in, fighter 1, fighter 2, and we brawl, a tavern brawl, while you guys come around the backside and go, "Heh, gotcha, bitch, you sandwiched now." Hell, I mean, the barbarian could join the cleric in this. That'd be pretty fucking fun.
I think Sinclair should cause a distraction.
Well, you better hurry up, because Rick's already on his way to the door. He's already made up his mind.
Oh.
So you're
I'm on
gonna
my way.
either tag along with this fucker, or you're gonna come up with a new plan.
Oh, I'm coming along. Wait up, bitch.
What about
sorry.
Elizabeth? Are you gonna go in the front door with him? Or around the
Yeah.
back?
I have no reason to stealth. unless Fira's gonna like go,
Fira's gonna go around the back.
then I'm gonna follow her to
Okay.
keep her safe.
All right.
Cast fireball.
Fira is gonna roll stealth to try and get in the back. While the other two go in the front. She rolled a natural 1. Fuck. God damn it. Okay. So I would say, Lisbeth, if you were going to try and roll stealth to go around with her, Lisbeth or Thera rolling a 1 kind of fucked you over too.
I mean, guess we're both fucked either way.
Yeah. So y'all fucking pincer attack into this tavern. Rurik and Sinclair, they bust down the front door while Lisbeth and Fira go in the back. This tavern it's in shambles. It's the largest building in the town aside from the clock tower, because it was designed for, decently large people. Whereas the rest of this town seems as if it was designed for like shorter, stockier people. But it's hardly recognizable as a tavern from the inside anymore. There's half-broken tables, and there are 5 gnolls sitting inside of this place. Everybody roll initiative.
Hold on, let me do my thing real quick.
I rolled an 18!
Actually, I will say I'll let y'all have a surprise round, so y'all can act first before everybody else, but I'd still roll initiative.
Well,
I got an
here's what I'm
18.
going to say, because I had a really cool idea going here, and now I got to roll initiative. So what I'm going to say is, Rurik's going to walk in and he's going to scream, "Hi! My god says that I need to take care of the trash. Now point me to the quickest ale and I'll get this over with quickly." And I get ready to fight. My initiative roll is 7.
You and one of these gnolls got to do a roll off.
Oh, awesome. 4.
Alright, but Rurik rolled a 7, right?
Yes, and then I re-rolled, and then it was a 4.
The gnoll rolled a 16. So it's going to be that gnoll, and then Rurik. And then, let's see, the other gnolls. Okay. So that is going to be Sinclair first.
Sweet.
So there are 5 gnolls in this place. It's about 40 feet across. And they're kind of scattered about. They're all about 10 feet away from each other.
Okay. Oh, I feel like this is a good time to use. I'm gonna cast Eldritch Blast.
I'm sorry.
Oh. I got an 11.
That does not hit.
Fuck.
So you all watch as Sinclair steps out, and you see his arm clench and then open as this blast of purple energy emerges from his tainted arm and shoots past one of these gnolls and fizzles on the wall. But as this happens, you also see the purple kind of spreads just a little bit more. Sinclair, that was only a bonus action, so you can do a normal action still.
Yes, I'm gonna take my. I'm gonna do an attack with my Beast Great Axe.
Alright. Gonna swing at the same one that you tried to Eldritch Blast?
Yes.
Okay.
I rolled. I rolled a natural 20 plus 5, so a 25.
Jesus Christ. Okay. That would be 2d12 plus your strength modifier, and it has to
Okay.
roll a Constitution saving throw.
Alright, 2d12.
And it failed.
I think it's
All
2d12 plus 3, by the way, Leon.
I know, I just... Yeah, it's 2d12 plus 3. I got a 10 and a 2. Plus 3.
So that's 15 total?
Plus my strength, which is...
No,
Plus 5.
not plus your strength.
I mean, plus 5.
No, it's just 15.
Okay.
Yeah, the white number is the number you add to bonus damage. Wait, did you just use your Beast X?
Yeah.
Your DC thing comes up with the slashing damage, the bleeding effect.
I already did that.
Oh, okay.
It failed, so it's gonna take an additional D4 at the start of its turn.
All right, boom. You see how OP you are, Leon? What the hell? What happened?
Yeah, and Rurik is definitely gonna have some questions after this.
Yeah, well, Rurik was right next to you when this happened, so Rurik knows.
All right.
Yeah,
that is going to bring it around to Thera. She's going to take a shot. I'm going to say the same knoll that Sinclair just whacked. That's a fucking dirty 20 to hit. She's going to roll a d4. That's 4 damage to it.
BRB.
And she's going to take another shot at it.
This is still our surprise round, right? So do we all go
hits.
without the knolls
Yep.
going? All right.
So that hits. That's going to be 2d4 because of Dread Ambush earlier. That's fucking... She kills it. She kills that knoll outright.
You talking about Thera does, or one of the
Thera kills the knoll that Sinclair attacked outright. It's dead. An arrow sprouts from its from the back of its head and pokes out between its eyes. What did Elizabeth roll again for initiative?
I was right after Sinclair. I got a... Let me go check the history. I want to say it was initiative was 11.
So no, you go after Thera. Because Thera got a 17. You got an 11 after the okay. So you go after Thera.
Okay.
So that's your turn.
Can you run me through the situation again?
Well, you and Thera are on one side. Majority of the gnolls are looking at Sinclair and Rurik. One just died from an arrow by Thera. There's 2 that are close to you, and then there's 2 that are closer to Sinclair and Rurik. The 2 closer to you are about 15 feet away from you.
How close are the 2 closest to us away from each other?
About 10 feet away from each other.
I'm going to firebolt one of the ones close to us.
Okay, that's roll to hit, right?
Yes.
Alright.
Attack bonus is +5. Uh, 18.
That fucking hits. Full damage.
Where is D10 and That's 5 damage. Yeah, just 5 damage.
Alright. You whack one of them with a firebolt, singeing its speckled fur. Is it going to? Okay. Alright. Gnolls are still surprised, so that brings it around to Rurik. You have 2 about 10 feet in front of you, and then there's 2 more 10 feet behind them.
Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start off by... If I cast my spiritual weapon and it rolls lower than me, will it activate during this turn?
Yeah, I'll see.
Alright, so I'm gonna cast a spiritual weapon.
Okay, where are you spawning?
It's gonna spawn right next to me because we're gonna tag team some of these gnolls.
Alright, so you're gonna go after one, then the spiritual weapon's gonna go together.
I rolled a 4.
Then we'll go after you.
Awesome. So, you said there's 2 in front of me, about 10 feet?
Yeah, they're well, okay. You're kind of in the middle of them, so they're 10 feet. There's one 10 feet to your right, 10 feet to your left.
Alright.
The 2 are 10 feet apart from each other.
I'm gonna go 10 feet to the left, and I'm going to take my Warhammer, and I'm gonna swing it down on top of this gnoll. I'm rolling to hit now. 12 plus 5 is 18.
That hits.
Alright, and then I'm gonna roll my damage die now. That is 7 plus, I think. Hold on. I forgot that I'm using my magical one. So it was actually a 7 to hit, so that was actually a 20. And then it's a plus 5 for damage. So that is 7 plus 5, which is 12. 12 damage straight to this gnoll.
Alright. You whack the hammer into it, and you, like, break its snout. It starts, like, coughing up blood while still, like, gargled yipping at you. Anything else you want to do? Bonus action? No, you already did.
I casted, yeah.
So that brings it around to your spiritual weapon.
Alright, it's rolling to hit the one directly to the right. It rolled a 17.
That is.
Alright, and I think that was 1d8 damage, so I'm going to roll d8. I almost threw it. 5 damage to that one.
Alright. That one looks a little hurt, but not super messed up. Alright, that will be the end of the surprise round, which will bring us back around to Sinclair as soon as Leon's back.
So, how's combat going?
Do it be my turn?
It is indeed.
Yes.
Okay.
The one that you had swung at is dead, because Gira shot it. There is one to your left, which is the one that the spiritual weapon is currently at, that got whacked for a little bit, but isn't looking terrible. And then there's one that Rurik's on, which is 20 feet past that, or which is 20 feet, which looks a lot more worse for wear, but you would end up taking an opportunity attack if you went after it.
I'm going to take the opportunity attack.
Alright, then an opportunity attack on you. Hold on. Where's the d20? I'll just grab a different one. That is a... It's going to do a bite attack as a bonus action. That's a 15 to hit.
Yeah, my armor class is 14, so yeah, that hit.
So yeah, that hits. You will take 4 damage.
Alright.
And then go ahead and roll to hit on the one that Rurik's at.
Alright. I got a 12 plus 5, so that is a...
It's a 17 that hits.
Alright. Roll for damage. I got a 7.
before modifiers or after?
This is. My mind's a little lost now. Damn.
Did you roll a 7 on the dice?
I rolled it on a D.
Then
I'm using the beast
10.
great axe. Alright.
So it's going to take 10 from that, and it's going to one save. That's a 15 that passes, right? Did I give you DC 13?
What? Oh.
It should be a DC 13 to succeed on the bleed effect, so...
So, was it just wrong information, or?
My mind just went absolutely blank.
What was the DC that you put down?
You put DC 15.
Then it still passes. Because it rolled 15.
Alright. Sam, you might want to readjust your microphone.
I did not hear a word.
It sounded like you put your microphone directly into your mouth.
Oh, sorry. He dealt 10 damage to it, right? 7 plus 3?
Where's it plus 5? Because there is a 5 above.
The plus 5 is to your 2 hit.
Yeah, the purple
Your
is
damage
to
is
hit.
only your strength modifier.
Yeah, so it's the plus 3.
Then it is dead. It had exactly 10 hit points.
Nice. Any lower and it would have still been alive by 1 point.
Yep. Thier's gonna take a shot at the one that the spiritual weapon is at. That's a fucking 12. No, that's a 10. That misses. She cannot do a second attack because she's no longer, it's not her first turn in combat anymore. That brings it around to Lisbeth.
Yes.
So you have the one that you shot a firebolt at. It's hurt. There's the one that the spiritual weapon is at, which is hurt as well. And then there's one that's perfectly fine that's closer to you and Thera.
I'm a firebolt the one that I hit before.
Roll a hit.
That is 5. That is another 17.
That also hits.
6 damage.
Alright. It doesn't look happy, but it is still standing. Anything else? Any bonus actions or anything?
To have anything that be worth it as a bonus action.
Then that brings it around to Rurik. The one that you just smacked is now dead. Fucking cut in twain by Sinclair. So that leaves one closer to Lisbeth and Thera that's injured, one closer to Lisbeth and Thera that's perfectly fine, and then there's the one that your spiritual weapon is at, which is a little hurt.
I'm going to go to the one that's attacking. You said attacking Lisbeth?
It's not attacking her. She attacked it.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm still going to go to that one, and I'm going to go ahead and swing my Warhammer on it. Rolling 19, so I don't think I have to add my modifier.
That hits.
So now I'm going to roll my die. 1 plus, what was it, 5, if I remember correctly? So 6 damage.
Okay. It looks a lot more hurt, but it is still standing. That brings it around to your... No, that brings it around to that knoll. It's gonna take a stab at you with its spear. That's a... it's a 23 to hit.
Owie.
2 hands, so that's a D8. That's 9 damage.
That wasn't
Aurora.
too terrible. Surprisingly.
That brings it around to your spiritual weapon. It is still the one that it bonked earlier.
I don't think a 10 hits.
A 10 does not hit.
Whip. It missed. Yay.
And that one is going to... It's going to go at Sinclair. Your spiritual weapon will get a attack of opportunity, so you can go ahead and attack again with that. Hello?
I think he might be.
Were you talking to me?
Yes, I was talking to you. It's your spiritual
I
weapon
thought-
that's getting an opportunity attack on it.
Oh, for some reason I thought you were talking to Leon. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Does a 20 hit?
Oh my god!
Yes, it does. So that's
Does that-
2d8.
Okay, I was about to say, does 2d8 work with... I hurt my hand. I slammed it on the desk, wheezing.
Nice going.
10 damage total. Ow.
Jesus
I think that was
Christ, it
10.
is.
Wait, let me double check. Nope, that was 9 plus 4, not 6 plus 4.
Jesus.
What is that, 13? Yeah, 13.
Oh, damn.
Alright, this thing is hurt, but it's still going to take a stab at Leon with a spear. That's going to be a 15 to hit. That does hit, because your AC is 14.
Yes.
It's going to be
14.
also 9 damage. Well, that's going to bring it around to the other Knoll, the one that's uninjured. It's actually going to go at Thera, because it watched her put an arrow between the eyes of the first Knoll. That's a 16 plus 4 to hit. That's gonna hit. That's a dirty 20. Roll damage. That's 7 damage to Thera. She is still mostly okay, but doesn't look happy about life. That brings it around to Sinclair. You have one that just took a chomp at you, or a stab at you. It looks pretty messed up. The spiritual weapon got a good whack in on it.
Oh, I'm gonna focus, so you know, from my beast great axe. Does a 17 plus 5?
Yes, 17 hits. Roll your damage. It's also going to roll out. Actually, no, you have a plus 3. So unless you roll a 1 on your d12, this thing will die.
12 plus 3.
Good God. Okay, yeah, you bisect this thing. It is dead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say I just decapacitated his entire fucking head.
Thera is going to have to pull out her dagger. Or actually, she's going to pull out both of her daggers and do some dual wielding stabs at the knoll in front of her because it's too close for her to shoot. First one is in it's a 14 that misses. She's gonna do an offhand attack, which is not gonna gain her proficiency bonus. That's it's a 7. Both miss. So she swings wildly at this thing. It just can't land a hit to save the life of her. And brings it to Lisbeth. You have the one that you and Rurik have whacked on, almost have dead, and then there's one that is perfectly fine that is currently attacking Thera.
I'm going to go to the one attacking Thera and whack it with my quarterstaff.
It's your quarterstaff? Alright, roll a hit.
17.
That hits.
That hits.
Yeah, quarterstaff should be a D4 plus your strength modifier, I think.
Then that is 3 damage.
All right, you whack it. Doesn't seem too thrilled about it, but is pretty much fine. You kind of just like whacked it with a frying pan, effectively. Just thunk. That's it. That will bring it around to the gnoll that is almost dead. It's going to attack Rick. It's a 17 to hit plus 4.
Tell me the damage, baby.
3.
So
it rolled a 1 on the damage dice.
So in total, I've only lost 2 HP this combat.
No, because you got hit for 9.
I had bonus 10 temporary health points.
Right, the bonus health points. The fucking temp health that I completely forgot I gave y'all.
So I've only truly been damaged 2 times.
Then where should my health be at? Because I forgot that as well. I'm at 47.
Just add 10 to what you're at.
Okay.
You've already subtracted your HP. All you got to do is add the 10 you forgot to count.
Okay, there we go. Better.
Alright, that brings it on to Rurik.
I'm going to attack the one that just went to attack me. And I'm going to roll my lucky die. It's not so lucky, but at least it's a 15 plus 7. I'm happy you gave me a plus 7 to hit. I don't know why you did, but you gave me a plus 7 to hit. 11 plus 5, so 14 damage.
That kills it. That,
so what?
You squash it like a Goomba.
I can't get the visual out of my head now. Thanks a lot, dude. I'm going to be thinking about that for the rest of my life.
I'm going to assume your spiritual weapon is going to go up to the last one and whack it?
Yeah. Roll. I rolled a 4. Yeah, my orange dice for the spiritual weapon just keeps rolling like below 10.
Alright, this gnoll is going to swing at Thera again. That's a 16 plus 4. That hits. Deals 6 damage to her. Alright. And brings it around to Sinclair. You can make it to the last gnoll with your movement.
You already know what's gonna happen. Oh. I rolled a 9 plus 5.
That misses. It has a 15 AC.
Fuck.
Thera's going to take 2 stabs at it.
But
First one hits. Second one also hits. So that's going to be 2d4. One is going to be with strength modifier. One's going to be without. Or no, dexterity modifier because it's a dagger. So that's 4 and 3. All right. Alright. Snow doesn't look happy, but it is still alive. Lisbeth, that is you.
You know what I'm going to do? Right? I'm going to use Shocking Grasp on it.
Okay, is that a 2 hit, or is that a saving throw?
Make a melee spell attack against the target. You have advantage if you where target's wearing armor, so that's attack.
It's wearing a hide shirt, so you do not have advantage.
That is a 19.
That fucking hits.
So that's a D8, is that what it says? Yes. Oh, damn it. 5 damage, plus I can't make a reaction.
Okay. Alright. It looks severely unhappy. Rurik, your turn. Take a swing at it.
How the fuck did it come back to me? Like, I swear this thing was about dead the last time I looked at it.
And no, this thing was at full health up until last round.
Oh, this is a different one. Okay, so 14 plus 7 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
That's 21. Okay, sorry. I'm trying to make sure I do my math, because of last session I was very humiliated with my math. But alright, I'm going to roll my damage die. Okay, so one thing about the fighter class is if you roll low when you're... so I chose the fighter class Great Weapon Fighting. With it, you get the ability to, when you roll a 1 or 2, you can re-roll. I just rolled a 2. Yeah. I'm going to re-roll it. I rolled a 1, but it's... So now I have to take the 1, but it's plus 5, so I'm doing 6 damage.
This thing is still alive. It is broken, bloodied, and bedraggled, but still alive. Your spiritual weapon.
No, hold on. I'm not done.
Oh?
Okay. I was letting you finish talking before I just... what I'm going to do is I'm going to use one of my War Priest uses, which you remember it lets me attack again as a bonus action. Yeah, you can attack again as a bonus. So I'm going to go ahead and roll to hit. That's 12 plus 7, so that'll work.
That hits. It's dead. It has 1 hit point.
No fucking way.
You brought it down to 1. It had 7 health.
I was that close. I should have just let my Warhammer swing. I wasted a War Priest use. God damn it!
Yeah, this gnoll is dead, and there are no more within the tower. And I just rolled a perception check to see if any of the other gnolls in this place heard you. I will not tell you what I rolled.
Alright, so I'm going to leave Volatile Reaction playing until I know for a fact.
So this tavern is empty, aside from the 4 of you. What would you all like to do now?
Alright, I'm switching music.
Sinclair would like to look around to see if he can find anything of, per se.
Anything of use?
No, just of interest. Nothing of use.
Roll investigation.
Okay. Do. Investigation. There it is. I got a 1 plus 1, so it's 2.
I got a 1 plus 1. It would have been funnier if it was a -1.
You develop sudden onset blindness. I
bet you
after using
diabetes.
After using the Eldritch Blast from your arm, suddenly you realize you can no longer see. The smoke has gotten into your eyeballs.
No, as you used Eldritch Blast and the smoke spread, you suddenly had diarrhea as the smoke filled your colon.
That would suck.
Oh no!
I ain't gonna lie about it. Imagine winning a battle against gnolls and going, yeah, and then just shitting yourself.
Oh no!
But yeah, you find great interest into the meat that they were eating and get enthralled by it for some reason you can't explain.
You're fascinated by the pile of flesh on the floor.
I know. I'm just like.
Figure out in the way that Sinclair would be fascinated. Be like, something along the lines of like, wow, this is a lot of flesh. I can't believe they're able to like stack this much in one spot. this is oddly strange, you know, something like that, you know what I mean?
Or do something with your beast subclass of barbarian.
Just start eating the flesh.
You know what? That's probably what it is. I think that's what it is.
Roll a wisdom save to not eat the raw meat on the table.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Jesus Christ. I think that's where I quit for the night. Good night, fellas. I'm leaving.
Oh, this is bad. I got an 8, which has 0 plus 0. So
you start eating hunks of flesh off of this table.
I'm going to kill Sinclair.
It's not my fault.
Very clearly.
It's not my fault.
Very clearly, the smoke has gotten to his brain, and I want to put him out of his misery.
It's not my fault.
You want me to roll to hit? Let me roll to hit real quick.
Don't you fucking dare.
I will let you do a shove attack on him.
Wait, is this for real? Wait a
athletic.
minute. I thought this whole section was a joke.
No, I'm being serious. He starts eating the fucking meat off the table.
I am going to attack him with a hammer.
Oh, come on.
whack him there.
Why? Don't you dare get behind my TV, you fucking spider.
Oh,
I will smack the shit out of you.
Sinclair's having spider. No, I'm going...
Don't you go any further. I will smack you.
I don't even know how to approach this situation.
Oh.
I rolled a shove.
That's an athletics check.
Athletics. Okay, let me see. My athletics. Athletics is a +4? I got a +4 to athletics? What the shit? That means I rolled an 18. I thought that bitch would be like +1 and I rolled like a fucking 15, but okay.
Yeah, you fucking shove Sinclair away like, dude, what the fuck are you doing?
I sit in silence, just staring at Sinclair. In 1, fear. 2, confusion. And 3, consideration. The consideration of possibly killing this motherfucker. I ain't gonna lie about it, Chief. Rurik doesn't know what to do with this information. And here Rurik was, about to have like a good roleplay conversation. And this motherfucker started eating raw meat off the floor, so like...
Not off the floor, off a table.
Was it that appetizing? He's silent, still shoving me.
Just shoveling chunks of raw flesh down his throat.
You know the Garfield SCP?
I'm sorry, John.
I'm so sorry that I brought this upon ourselves. I'm going to kill Sinclair Abadani. It's time to murder this man.
Wow, me and Rurik are about ready to have a first ever one-on-one fight.
That's a lie.
Reals.
That's a lie. The last one was for reals. But I did push you off, by the way. You are no longer near the meat.
Okay.
I'm going to, as Rurik, assume that was not at all Sinclair's choice. And that Sinclair is starting to lose himself somehow. But I don't know how to fit this into the lore. So this is going to be one of those moments where I just choose to forget it.
No, you can very, very well question the hell out of Sinclair. You could very well.
No, because I'm not even going to lie about it. My plan was already to question you. I had like all sorts of shit planned. And now I'm like, what? Like, where do I go from here? Like, I was gonna be like, what the fuck was that shit? Why did you just blast the fucking Spider-Man Kamehameha out your fucking hand? But instead, you started fucking acting like lasagna was on the table. Like, I don't know what to do with this situation, with this information, with this just this confrontation. I just don't know what to do. I partially want to put you out of your misery, but on the other hand, I kind of need you, motherfucker.
Man, after that, we were just like completely. We just baffled Rurik.
Not just Rurik, but Chris himself. We're talking about the guy that's about to write a fucking campaign that's just purely fuck you. This is the scariest shit of your life. Shit that I've already done in the past that was the same way. I've done some pretty fucked up shit, but I'm confused right now. I'm trying to figure out how Sinclair managed to shove this pile of gunk in his mouth. I know what it is. I know what it is. You got fascinated, then fell, and accidentally took a bite out of it. Rurik forgives you, and he makes fun of you. And he's going to move on to the more important question. What the fuck was up with that arm blast? Brother over here like Iron Man. Like,
okay, let's go back to the very beginning where you shoved me, and let's do this in character then. Since we're kind of talking out character right now.
I am going to believe that was not your doing, first of all. Second of all, what the hell was even that? And I point at the blast mark on the wall.
Give me a moment.
You know that interaction kind of reminds me of a meme.
I'm sorry, but I need a moment. That entire conversation was hilarious.
Sam, what am I supposed to do with this?
Okay. Shush. Okay, never mind. Son of a bitch. Oh man.
I don't even know what's good. Like, he started eating me, and then my brain just shut off.
Rurik just shoved the Sinclair, and he's now questioning what the hell was the blast that I made at the beginning. So. I do not know. It seems that whatever it was, it must have been something magical or something else. Either way, I'm going to tell you this now. It may have spread a little bit, judging by the lines.
I can see that. Did you control a blast, or was that by accident?
No, that was all me. But I'm going to tell you this now. I do not know. I am in control of what that was. And honestly, I have no explanation.
So,
just as baffled as you.
Logically speaking here, maybe just maybe, don't anymore. Give it a take. The fact that it's spreading is an issue. So maybe, just maybe, don't use that again. How is it I'm the most sane out of this group? I wish Merkin would give
also
me...
starts eating the raw meat.
Oh my god!
That one
if you actually do that.
That one I am killing. I'm killing everybody in this tavern, right here, right now. 1v1 me, bitch.
And then I don't know nobody.
Well, that's it. Campaign over.
Yeah,
we killed everyone.
We
campaign over.
American dwarven psycho over here.
Okay. I got nothing.
As you all stand here talking, you all start to hear more yes, and then a faint scream. It's not like one of the gnolls, but it also doesn't quite sound like an actual person, but it is a scream. And you all hear it in the general direction of where you know the clock tower is. And the scream lasts for a few moments, but then dies out as the yipping grows a little bit louder.
Sinclair hears this, and he would like to peer through. Are there windows
There's
in the
windows, yeah.
tavern? He would like to peer out to see what the hell is going on the outside.
Roll me a perception check.
I got a 14 plus 2, that's a 6.
From where you are, you can just barely make out the base of the clock tower. And as you look, you see 3 gnolls milling about, though one of them seems larger. And as you watch, one of the smaller gnolls is carrying a giant platter of this raw meat and walks into the base of the clock tower and disappears through the doorway as the other 2 watch, yipping quietly like it's some sort of ritual or something.
What the fuck?
I'm sorry. Can I just point out the fact that this man just ate like a pound of raw fucking rotten flesh and this is disturbing him?
I mean, it wasn't rotten flesh, it was fresh meat.
Oh god, I got a theory. I'm not gonna say it, I just hope it comes true. Does Sinclair relay this information, or is this one of those Sinclair shuts the fuck up and not say anything other than, what the fuck?
No, Sinclair turns to Rurik, Elizabeth, and Ira, and gestures them over there and points outside of the window in the direction he just saw what just happened, so he can relay, so they can also see, and he can also relay what he saw.
Rurik runs over, looks out the window, sees the entrance to a tower and nothing else, and just looks at Sinclair in confusion.
No, you see 2 gnolls. You see 2 gnolls at the base of the tower.
No, Sinclair's schizophrenic.
I am not.
Alright,
I am not.
Rurik, still driven by this feeling of these gnolls need to be gone, proceeds to continue his path and walks out of the tavern and makes his way over to this area.
Could I roll to stop Rurik in his tracks and gestures and get him back into the tavern so I can explain what I saw? Because I did not relay it.
I mean, we can just say that you explain what you saw and then he goes back out.
Okay.
Why'd he say okay like that? Okay.
So do all of you go out?
I'm guessing.
Yes.
Nova, you don't
Okay.
have to guess. You can make your own choices. You don't have to follow.
Yeah, but
just-
also, if I let you go off on your own, I feel like something bad's gonna happen.
I just don't want you to feel forced because my character's on a certain path. I don't want you to feel like you have to follow my character's path if you don't want to go down that path. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I want to make sure you know you have as much free will as I do as a player. If you wanted to stay here and search everything and talk while I'm gone, you very much well can. I don't
would
want...
like to stay with Thera.
Okay. And same with you, Leon. You know, I know I've been... I say this now because I don't want to seem like I'm the main character. I'm causing everyone to follow me. You all have your own free will. If you think your character would want to stay here for a second and figure something out because of a past, because of a present, because of a question, don't feel fear of having to follow me because you think I'm gonna get myself killed. You know what I mean?
All right.
I want y'all to know, yes, I'm doing this. This is my goal as my character, because it's what my character wants. But you guys don't have to follow my character just because of who my character is.
Yeah.
Alright, I just want to make sure that's said, alright? I don't want you guys to feel forced.
Well, I'm telling you this now that I don't feel forced at all. This is of my own doing. But I think Sinclair will still follow, but keep distance and just watch from the sidelines, per se.
Alright. So you're all approaching the two knolls at the base of the clock tower?
Yeah. No. I'm staying at the tavern with Thera.
You know, Thera would make a great archer through that window.
Not really. I mean, she could shoot through it, but it's at a weird angle.
You know what? Yeah, that's valid.
Yeah.
Alright, so Rurik and Sinclair are going up to them?
I know I am.
Is Sinclair?
Sinclair's gonna stay a few feet. Not
So he's gonna follow
like
like a couple feet behind Rurik.
yeah, he's not gonna be like up like right next to him. No, he's gonna keep watch like a few feet away just in case if some try to make a jump on him and surprise attack him or something.
Alright.
So he can be
Rurik, you approach the base of the clock tower. And as you get closer, the two gnolls turn to look at you. And you see that the larger gnoll is standing just in front of this sort of crude throne made from the wood of the buildings surrounding you all, as well as rib bones poking out from the top and back, creating this weird sort of almost wing-like design out of rib cages coming from the back of the throne. And the larger gnoll looks at you, and you, generally speaking, know that gnolls can't really speak English or Common. They don't tend to know Common. It's incredibly rare and normally only known by those who have made like some sort of impact on their demon lord's plans, and he imbues them with extra demonic powers. But this one doesn't have that, and yet he still turns to look at you and in Common goes, fresh meat, fresh meat. Fresh meat, more for her, she who screams more meat. What would you like to do?
Is that all you speak? Or do you speak more, you peasant?
Me speaks more. Me know language very well. What would fresh meat want with me?
A few questions before you deliver me to this queen of yours or whoever she might be. Who are you working for?
She who screams, who cries for food.
Do you know anything about this purple smoke that's brewing around that takes everything?
The gnoll kind of just looks at you, still grinning, and just giggling to itself. If you want to roll an insight or something.
Alright, yeah, I'll roll an insight. I got a 13 plus insight 3. 13 plus 3.
This gnoll seems not caring about the world around it, only caring about this she who screams that it spoke of.
So you don't care about everything around the purple smoke, I get that. But what happens when that smoke comes here? You got a plan to fight that?
Fresh meat talks too much. You quiet. So we feed you.
And in this moment, I'm going to cast Guiding Bolt onto him.
What level?
Do I have any more level 2? I have a level 2. Fuck it. Guiding Bolt level 2.
Alright, roll to hit it.
Alright, give me a second. I gotta remember what that is. I know it's a d20 to roll to hit, but just damage-wise. Oh my fucking god! No way!
Did you roll a natural 20?
I rolled a natural 20.
Roll your damage. That's... Let's see. That's what? 68?
What is the odds? I want to know. What are the odds of rolling as many 20s as I have tonight?
I don't know. But yeah, whatever the normal dice is for a second level guiding bolt, roll twice as many.
I am shaking violently right now. I don't know if it's because of the adrenaline of just the 20s or what. So for second level, the damage increased by 1d6. So normally it's 2d6, I think, and now it's... No, hold on. Target takes 4d6 damage, and each level costs another d6. So since I'm doing second level, it's 5d6, so now 10d6. Holy shit! 10d6? 4... 5... I'm totaling them up. This ain't the numbers I'm rolling. 10... 13... 14... 18... 19, 20... Hold on. 18... Hold on. I'm going to pull up a calculator so I don't fuck this up. 18 plus 5... plus another 5... plus a 4... plus a 5. I think I actually am missing one die, but I'm just going to say it there. 37 damage.
You fucking whack this gnoll right in the mouth with a guiding bolt. It is not dead, but it is not happy. You said 36?
37.
37. Okay, yeah, like I said, it's not dead, but it is hurting bad. Y'all roll initiative, and if Lisbeth would like run out seeing this, you can too.
Holy cow, that was the most damage I've ever rolled in D&D.
Brother is goated. Oh my god.
I fuck! I rolled a 14. I'm just so excited and so like beyond myself right now that I literally just I don't know what to say.
I got a 16.
This has officially been the best.
Roll?
He I'm trying. Oh fuck.
You got like a 14?
I think it was 14. Yeah. I'm just gonna
Okay.
say it was
Is-
just in case.
Is Lisbeth gonna join the combat too?
See, it's just those two in the knolls?
Yeah, those two and two gnolls.
No, because I'm searching the tavern.
Okay.
Valid.
I got a 16.
All right. So that is going to be the Gnoll Pack Lord because it rolled a 23 on initiative. It is going to use its multi attack. It's going to take 2 bow attacks on Rurik. The first one's a 14 that does not hit. Second one is a 17 that does hit.
Yeah, that one funks me.
4 damage. And then it's going to use Insight Rampage on the other Gnoll. So the other Gnoll is going to take an attack on Rurik as a reaction to Insight Rampage. I dropped that fucking dice. There it is.
God damn it! I forgot to put on the battle music.
That's a 15 to hit. No, 16 to hit. That doesn't hit.
Yeah, that hits me. 16 hits.
That's going to be another 10 damage to Rurik. That's going to bring it around to Sinclair. So there is the Pack Lord that is messed the hell up, and then normal null. You would have to run to the Pack Lord to hit it, but you wouldn't have to take an attack of opportunity because the Null already used its reaction for its turn. So you can either attack the one that's on Rurik or attack the Pack Lord himself.
I was thinking about using one of them. So some of it I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna swing at the one next to the large one with my beast great axe. I got a 19 plus 5. And
Okay,
a 3 plus 3, which
my
is
Discord bugged out for a second. What one did you attack?
No, the Noah next to the larger. No, I'm gonna.
Well, no, there's 2 Nulls in total. There's one on Rurik and one about 15 feet away that was shooting at him with a longbow.
Attack the one that's on Rurik. I rolled a 19 plus 5, and then I rolled a 3 with the additional plus 3, which is 6.
Alright, so it takes 6 damage, and it's going to roll con save. It fails, so on its turn, it's going to take a d4. So you said you dealt 6 damage to it?
Yes.
Alright. Alright. That's going to bring it around to the Null's turn. Roll a d4 for its bleed damage.
It ran it upright with a.
Huh?
It was a
I
4.
Rolled I rolled it upright with it, and it landed on the 4 upright.
Just say 4 damage. It makes it simpler.
Okay, fine, 4 damage. There you go.
Alright. That Null is going to take another. It's going to take another stab at Rurik. It's a natural fucking 1. It loses its spear, so it's going to have to use bite attacks from now on. That brings back to Rurik. You have 1 Null biting you, 1 Null shooting at you. What do you want to do?
I want to attack the one I attacked first off.
Alright, do you want to run up to it and hit it?
Yeah, I'm gonna run up to it and hit it.
Okay. Already used its reaction, so it can't hit you with an opportunity attack.
I rolled 16 plus 7.
That hits.
All right, I'm going to swing my warhammer. 15 damage.
That kills it. You killed the Pack Lord.
Is the other one close enough for me to do a bonus attack on?
You ran up to. You'd have to. No, it is not because you
Okay.
have a 25 foot movement speed. So no,
All right, so then
you'd still be about 10 feet away from it.
So then what I'm going to do instead... Oh, Jesus Christ. I am going to... Let's see. Do I have anything I can actually use for this? I'm going to... Hold on. How does my second wind work? Is that once a day? Yeah, that's once a day. So I'm just going to end my turn there. Boom.
All right. It brings it on to Sinclair. There's this one fucking knoll left. It looks unhappy.
Oh, I'm gonna swing that motherfucker with these great axe again. I got a 19 again.
Jesus, roll the hit or roll your damage.
I got a 6 plus 3. Oh wait, no, that's a 9 plus 3 actually. My bad. I read that wrong.
Yeah, you kill it.
Woohoo!
Yeah, so that's all those gnolls dead. All right, let's see. Elizabeth, you said you were gonna like search around the tavern.
Yes. And most
Roll me
Roll me
investigation check.
investigation. Where? Oh, there you are. That is a 12.
You find a massive supply of vodka.
How much?
4 bottles.
I'll take them.
You're just gonna stuff 4 bottles of vodka into your bag.
Yeah.
Okay. There's nothing else in this tavern. And pretty much everything was either taken or was destroyed over time.
I guess then I'm gonna head out.
Alright. As the Pack Lord and the other Knoll are killed, and Lisbeth and Thera reemerge, you both hear one long, drawn-out yip from high up in the clock tower that is then drowned out by a high-pitched feminine scream from high above in the clock tower. What would you like to do?
Look at the clock tower?
Just, like, look up at it?
I mean, yeah. That's
Roll
my first
perception.
I'd do. Why is my thing being weird? That is a 15.
So, this clock tower is standing at a weird angle. The ground underneath it softening over time. So, the clock tower stands at like a 75-degree angle. High above the sort of yellowish white clock faces have sort of broken in a few places, and the clock hands have rusted and fallen off sometime earlier from years of not being kept up. And as you look up at the clock face and you look through one of the holes, you think you see for a moment moving fur within, then nothing.
I'm gonna look at there and then trembling away to the others.
Okay, you catch up with the other two, and Fear is behind you.
What's happening? I'm asking the other two.
Well, we just we just got rid of some nose blocking our way, but
Rurik is covered in blood and heavy.
and I'm wondering if we should investigate that noise. That screech, because I'm wondering what the hell is hiding here that can make such a noise that loud.
These gnolls must all die. I don't care if there's a queen gnoll or whatever the hell's up there crying. All these gnolls are going to perish. Rurik will begin to climb the clock tower.
You start going up the clock tower.
Yep.
Do the rest of you follow?
Yes, most definitely.
Yeah, because there was a scream, so definitely following.
All right. As you rise slowly into the clock tower, that sensation of the clock tower being at an odd angle is stronger, having to stand uncomfortably to remain properly upright. The wood inside the building is crumbling and flaking with the metal structuring within it rusts. The spiral staircase inside creaks with your footsteps before you eventually, after walking for almost a minute, reach the top of the tower, which opens into a large room sloped from the stature of the tower. Old metal contraptions fill the room, likely what ran the clock tower but long since has gone out of commission. Light diffuses in from the cloudy clock faces, filling the room with dim light. For a moment, you don't see anything else. But slumped against the contraption, rising from the middle of the room, is a small body, surrounded by hunks of torn flesh and muscle, seemingly left there by the gnolls outside. For a moment, you think it's a child, but realize it's actually the body of a long dead halfling, moldering against the mechanisms. The room is quiet. The only other thing in the room of notice is the shriveled body of a gnoll at the base of the steps. The room is quiet and empty for a moment, but after a few moments you hear creaking from the mechanisms above you and a faint sobbing sound interspersed with a faintly whispered word. Food. Food. As you hear this word echo throughout the entire room, you see a pale, ghostly figure flying through the mechanisms in the top of the clock tower that used to run the clock hands. And you see the faint shape of the same halfling, dead against the metal contraptions in front of you, float down from the ceiling. Her face is gaunt and pained looking, and she is crying from what you can tell. And she just keeps on repeating that word. Food, 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 food. She seems pleading.
What do I even say here? I almost said Merkin will grab his medallion. Rurik will grab Merkin's medallion around his chest. And he'll close his eyes and he'll focus and send a prayer to his God above. He needs guidance in this moment.
Roll me a religion check.
Ah, man, I didn't do too well. I rolled a 12 plus, what's my modifier? I think 3.
Should be, yeah.
Thank God, my modifier made it a 15. This may help me.
As Rurik holds his medallion, clerics kind of have an innate sense of good and evil. And as you hold your medallion, you sort of subconsciously focus that sense on this halfling ghost in front of you, and she doesn't feel evil. She doesn't necessarily feel good, but far from evil. She feels like somebody trapped in an in-between.
The big question is, does this ghost see us?
Yes, she's looking right at all of you. She doesn't seem hostile or anything like that, at least not right now. But she does see you, and she's still repeating that phrase over and over again. Food, food, food.
What happened to you?
She just keeps repeating food. Somebody roll me an insight check. I don't particularly mind who.
I don't particularly care, so everyone's gonna do it.
I rolled an 18.
I think I rolled a 17, so Leon's definitely better. What's my I rolled a 17.
What did Elizabeth roll?
I think insight. 17.
Alright, so all three of you kind of put the dots together on this. You look around this room, and you keep hearing her repeating food over and over again. But as you look around, you notice that the only quote-unquote food here is just raw hunks of flesh, muscle and sinew. That's it. Nothing that one would really proper food. Rurik and Sinclair specifically, you two having been, people who came from outside of the city walls before the Protectorate's rise, you vaguely remember some of your interactions with halflings, and you remember that something that they always prided themselves on was their culinary expertise, their love for proper meals, even in excess. And you know that halflings wouldn't consider these hunks of flesh food. They would consider hard military rations food before they considered this food.
Rurik, putting that together, would ask, what food do you desire most, halfling?
She just keeps repeating food. You get the sense that food was the one thing left on her mind as she died, and it is the only thing she can think of now in undeath.
Rurik understands, and Rurik wants to put this ghost to rest. He asks Elizabeth, by chance, with your search in the tavern, did you find anything that wasn't just random chunks of meat?
Didn't realize I was still muted because I had to talk to my mom. I found drinks, I say, pulling out one of the vodka bottles.
That won't cut it. This one needs food. And Rurik will make his way back to the tavern.
Wait, we could cook something? I say, following him.
Yeah, y'all do have rations.
Oh, we have rations?
No shit, you have rations.
I was never told. I was told I had an empty inventory from the start, and I was never told I was given rations. So I was.
Yeah, that's because generally speaking, I don't make people keep track of rations.
Okay. Well, then I'm just gonna give this ghost a ration that this ghost might enjoy, or at least give it to the corpse.
You place it beside the corpse. And you see the ghost look at it for a moment, and then look at the hunks of raw flesh. And then you see the ghost's form dive into the ration, disappearing for a moment before re-emerging. And the crying has stopped on her face as she repeats the word food again, but this time, rather than in pain or sorrow, it's excitement. And you all watch as the ghost of this halfling rise up into the rafters of the clock tower, their body slowly diffusing into nothingness, turning incorporeal. And Rurik, you feel that her spirit is fading, finally leaving this realm. But as the halfling's spirit dissipates, turning into incorporate dust and rising up into the rafters, something happens. The spirit wails, reforming for a moment into the halfling's form, but now her face is twisted in horror and pain as though something was tearing her apart from within. As you watch, a dark purple glow emerges from her wide mouth and deep within her eyes, growing brighter and brighter and deeper and heavier before suddenly the spirit explodes in a burst of black-purple light with a final, horrifyingly pain-filled screech. And that is where we will end our session.
Oh.
Well then.
Oh, 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 oh. Oh.
Chris is silent. I'm scared.
Writing notes. Okay, wait. Before we just end this session, what do you mean by the purple? Is it that purple?
Yes, it is that purple.
Ah, shit. This is gonna go one of two ways. Either we're gonna be somehow perfectly fine, or we're all gonna get infected in some way, shape, or form.
Well, it doesn't burst into the smoke. It just glows purple for a moment, pops, and it's gone.
Okay, so it just turned the color of the smoke, then disappeared. So the ghost is gone.
Yeah, it got destroyed.
Damn. I don't know what to say to that. Skill issue, I guess. I don't.
I'm at a loss for words. What the heck? What?
So that means that we didn't free that soul. That soul probably just got damned to eternal damnation, you know? Like, it's just gone. Never reaching a heaven, never reaching a hell. Gone forever.
That's freaky.
I opened up. Here you go. You can have some. I'm not stopping you from having goldfish. I know. I know you can.
I have to say, I think this was my favorite session of all time. And nothing like...
You said that last session.
Yeah, but then I started kicking absolute ass, and it just got like 20,000 times better.
I think
Sorry, go ahead.
I think last session was better for me, just because of how fucking memorable that is.
I agree. Last session was better story-wise. This session was better. 1, character development. 2, combat. And 3, memories of the combat. This has been my best played session of all fucking time. You know, I've never done almost 40 points of damage in one go before.
That was absolutely
by the
wild.
way, you all level 25.
What?
Woohoo!
Yeah, y'all are all level 5 now.
What? Oh, dude, that means I'm gonna change these. What? Level 5?
Yeah, so Chris, you can either take another level in fighter or another level in cleric.
Yeah, now I'm gonna have to try to figure out which one I want to do. I don't know. I might level up fighter till 3 and then start boosting one up after the other?
HP, is it roll or max?
It is roll.
It is roll?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wait a
I
minute.
just got 2.
Ability score. I just got a drop down for my barbarian class for some reason.
Yeah, that drop down
That's-
means you can multi-class. You can multi-class now. Just click that drop down and change it to whatever you want if it fits your character. Just ask DM first.
Oh. Can I be a warlock? Because technically I have kind of
I'll talk to you about that one-on-one.
Oh, well, I kind of need to know now because I don't know if it
Well,
will prevent me from leveling up in the website. That's the thing.
It should.
Leon,
You can just cancel the level.
Leon, if you have to, just go ahead and level it up to whatever the hell, because I don't think you can cancel the level inside of 5e.
I don't think so.
So just you can. Ah, fuck! I don't have your character anymore.
Well, hold on.
I'm
No,
creating.
it's still here. I will. Okay, so yes, we can discuss it later because it's still the level up thing for the multi-class is still there. So we can worry about it later.
Yeah, so I will talk to you about that one-on-one like either later tonight or tomorrow. Probably tomorrow.
That is fair. But I want to say this session was fucking awesome. Man, I feel like I just made my character more interesting.
Yes, because you eat raw flesh.
Not because of that. Just in general.
Not only because of that.
No, it's not. No, I'm being serious. It's not because of
No,
that. It's because
I know.
yeah. Man, what a session!
Yeah, be glad y'all didn't decide to like attack that spirit because she had banshee stats.
Oh,
I felt like
Which,
lore-wise, Rurik wouldn't have fought a ghost.
Yeah, I didn't think you would either. But I'm gonna tell you that like this right now. Banshees have an ability. Whale. It's a once per day thing. Creatures that can see and hear her have to roll a DC 13 Constitution saving throw. If they fail, they drop to 0.
Yeah, I get 2 of these a day.
what?
Oh, or I could do that.
So just instant death. Okay.
Not death.
Good to know.
You get knocked down, so you start doing death saves. You don't die, and it's a really low DC, so it's not a difficult roll, and it's not like fucking like I don't know power word kill where you're just immediately dead.
Okay.
Because like power word kill is target a creature with 100 or fewer hit points, they immediately die. They don't get knocked to 0 or do death saves. They just die.
Okay. I the reason why I was on that thought track is because you said they immediately go to 0, and I'm like, oh, so instant death then.
Getting dropped to 0 and dying are 2 different things. There are 2 main ways that you actually like properly die when it comes to D&D, and that is if you take enough damage in one attack to go down to negative your maximum hit points. So, say you have 45 hit points and attack deals enough damage that you would be negative 45, you instantly die.
Yeah, yeah. I know. I'm just saying that my thought track was on what I just said, but I know I do know how it works. But I'm just letting you know that's where my thought train went. I was like, oh.
Herald Kill is still one of my favorite spells of all time in D&D.
Yeah. Wow.
Alright, so either I can get... I don't seem to actually get anything other than like an extra cantrip if I level up Cleric. I mean, I have
No.
Guided Strike, it looks like now.
If you take another level in Cleric, you should actually get either an ability score increase or a feat.
Here, hold on.
You should, because that would be your 4th level in Cleric, right?
Yeah. Yeah, an ability score improvement, a cantrip versatility, which is optional. I get 4 cantrips, 4 first spells, 3 second spells. I got a +2 proficiency still. So I get 1 ability score improvement.
Or you can take a feat instead.
Yeah, I'd probably just go for the ability score.
Dump more into strength.
That would be funny, but I think I might just start building up my wisdom some more. I feel like better wisdom does better spell stuff. I don't know how to explain it. Just my mindset.
Well, it would increase your wisdom modifier, which would increase your spell save DC and spell attack bonus.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So here's the question: ability modifier up, have an extra cantrip, or action surge.
That is up to you.
So with my war domain, I already have practically action surge, but something with action surge has kind of confused me that I need to ask about. It says on your turn you can take 1 additional action on top of your regular action and a possible bonus action. Once you use this feature, you must finish a short or long rest before you can use it again. Does that mean I can have 2 actions and a bonus action?
I think that, yes.
That is, like, ridiculous. The only issue is you're only able to do it once per short rest or long rest.
Yeah.
And it's like, damn, that's good and all, but, like, I don't know. I'm stuck trying to figure it out. I am going to have to rebuild our character sheets, which is kind of a bummer. I don't even know if I still have... Here, let me look.
The reason why I was suggesting I do like a Warlock is because it helps me get better. Not only because I think it would work, but also it would also help me get better with like learning how to cast spells and such, because that's one thing I struggle with is learning how to like do spells, so it will help. Especially if I want to do a wizard.
I'm not gonna lie, there for a second I thought he was doing the Foxy song.
No, Pirates of the Caribbean.
I'm just gonna erase our classes and hope it works. Y'all hear my daughter going crazy over here? I have no idea what she's going crazy about, but she's going crazy. I ain't gonna lie about it. There's something going on over here, and I don't know if I want to be part of it.
That's right, Mill. Your dad kicked the shit out of hyenas today.
If that's what she's thinking, then she has a terrible life. My dad's so badass. He killed a bunch of hyenas. That's cool, Millie. Okay, bye-bye. Alright, I need to get my beautiful face back here. Hold on. It's not going to be an in shot. It's going to be in YouTube ready. This is going great, fellas. I knew I shouldn't had fucking put our levels on the fucking playing cards. That was a fun session.
It
was pretty fun.
For the most part, I fixed it. There's a couple visual bugs, but... Alright. This should make life easier. I'm just gonna send them here. I decided to leave nasty smudges showing that we've been through a little bit of hell. Except for Leon, he has a couple sparkles around his nose.
okay. Sparkly.
Save. Yes. I'm not gonna lie, I still don't know exactly what I want to do.
What do you get if you go a level after in either direction?
That's what I'm gonna try to figure out. I just haven't had the chance to figure it out yet. Alright, let's go ahead and edit. Oh, that's not edit, that's copy. Default override. We're gonna choose a file as Leon Sinclair. That should change all of it. Yep, that looks right. Yep. Leon, go ahead and mute your mic real quick and then unmute. Beautiful. Alright. Next up is my ugly calling card that has been definitely blood smeared. I don't know if you guys can see the blood smear on it. It is kind of cool how I did the blood smear effect, but it looks like somebody shit on it. I don't know. Oh god, I revealed I gotta delete all these different models now because these models are for myself. Oh god, I gotta choose Chris Rurik. Boom, fixed. Hey, my face is actually in the picture this time instead of being kicked the fuck out. Nice. Alright, then my last one I gotta change is Nova. Oh, no, don't delete. Oh my god, that startled me. Nova,
What?
yours came out the best, by the way.
Oh?
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Mine has blood smeared on it. Leon's has a little bit of glitter around his nose. And yours came out so perfect that I don't have to make an excuse for it. But now all of our things is just our race, our character's name, and our name. So
That's
I don't
nice.
so I don't have to worry about fixing the levels every single time. Oh, I sent everyone what theirs look like now inside the chat. Oh, that explains it. You're playing with socks. Socks from Bluey, the little fucking dog that runs around on all fours. Alright, now I'm gonna pull up cleric levels. I love the 5th edition website. So at level 5, I get Destroy Undead. I get 4th level spells, right? No, I get 3rd level spells. I don't know how I overlooked that. So I get 4, 4, 3, 2. I might start leveling up my cleric. I want him to be more cleric-like. What about fighter level 5e? At 4th, you get ability score improvement and martial versatility, or sorry, action surge is what 2nd level gets. Then you get the martial archetype at 3rd. Then you get the ability score improvement and the martial versatility. Then you get the extra attack at 5th level. So either I can make myself more beefy, or I can make myself more cleric-like. I can probably... You know what I'll probably do? I might go to level 5 cleric, then start leveling up my fighter after that. You know what I mean? Because then I can go ahead and get 5th level cleric, which gets me access to 3rd level spells. Which would be nice. You know what fucking sucks, dude? It's so funny. Because I had just fixed my digital freaking character sheet, and now I gotta level up and do it all over again. That's some bullshit. But 5th level gives me Destroy Undead. That sounds like fun. I also get a +3 to proficiency bonus. That's neat. Then, of course, I get the 4 cantrips. The 4 1st level. The 3 2nd level. Oh, shit. I just realized 4th level gives me 3 2nd level slots. That might be neat.
Dun 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 dun.
Ba-na-na-na-na-na. Ba-na-na-na-na-na. I'm actually going to copy this website. And I'm going to send it to myself in the Rurik tab. That should take me to the Cleric Wiki. Yep. And then I'm going to do the same with Fighter.
Dun 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 dun.
I'm not going to lie. I'm surprised that final encounter went as smooth as it did.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not talking about combat. I'm talking about I'm surprised at how smooth the ghost encounter went.
Right.